Well, chat. Here we are again. Welcome to Saturday night in the basement. Y'all are ready for a good stream? We got a lot to talk about tonight, guys. Exciting stuff. Well, chat. Interesting stuff. Here we are again. Stuff that begs questions and analysis. Saturday night in the basement. Y'all ready for a good stream? You know, all the shit we love to talk about. So, you know what to do to talk about it. Fill your cup. And you light your smoke. Because it is time to get nerdy. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the basement. Welcome to the Saturday night stream. How we all doing? What's going on, chat? What's going on? People kind enough to watch the replay? Did you have a good end of your week? Are you ready to get into all the nerdy goodness I have lined up for you this evening? What's up, everyone? Lou, Daniel, Spicy Dan, Darboy, Icarus, Brooke, Prez, Daniel Fisher. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, lurkers. Steve, what's up? I hope everyone had a good end of your week. I hope you had a good Saturday. I don't know what the weather's like where y'all are at. But it's hot. It's hot here in Metro Detroit. It's toasty and humid, which is shit-tastic. Yeah, we're playing in the 90s today with about 70% humidity. Ugh. I don't mind heat too much, but when you pair it with high humidity, I have but two words for that. Three, actually. Fuck that shit. I am not a fan of humid heat. Not at all. Brooke, damn, you went on a 28 fill in the blank later marathon, 28 days and 28 weeks, and then you went to the theater and watched 28 years later. Damn. I've heard mixed things about 28 years later. What do you think? Like, I've seen some people be loving it, and I've seen some people be hating it. What's up, Brennan? Quick review, Brooke, 28 years later. Go. "28 days later last night. This morning you watched 28 weeks later, and then 28 years later." Okay. Well, still, though, that's all three movies in right around 24 hours. Close to fucking enough. You like 28 years later? Damn, cool. Good post-apocalyptic film. Great acting. Excellent. Excellent. That's dope. Dash dope. Anything else going on good in your lives, Chad? Anything fun? Anything interesting happen? You got a batch of hot sauce brewing there, Spicy Dan. Anything cool? Anything like that going on? What's going on, Chad? What's happening with you? Honestly, don't have a lot to talk about. Can't wait for 28 seconds later. That is absolutely not what she said. Chilling in the attic. Oh, nice. What you doing up there? Straightening up? Turning it into a man cave kind of deal? Ha ha, Darboy. Chilling is all right, man. Doing all right. Ready to talk about all this fun stuff we got to talk about. I'll tell you that. I've got thoughts. I know, fucking scary, but I have them. The final issue of Alien vs. Avengers. So that run is over. Making spicy apple jam this weekend. Nice. Nice. That actually sounds pretty good. Ah. Yay, yay. Glad to hear that you guys are all doing good. I don't know how many of you were in Justin's chat last night, but C-Dub's going through a bit of things, so, next time Mr. Dub pops in your head, send him the positives. He's got some stuff. Comic runs over. They might have a part 2. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. You know what? You guys want to get into it? We got a ton to get to. Like a ton. So let's go. All right. First up. First order of business. We are going to begin with a little bit of numbers analysis. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with the business side of things because it's intriguing. And what we have here is some early tracking for the Superman movie. Now, obviously, we've been talking about Superman a shit ton lately, and guess what? It's out in 4 weeks from yesterday? No, 3. 3 weeks from yesterday, y'all, Superman officially releases. So, we've been talking about it a bit. We're going to be talking about it a lot more over the next 3 weeks or so. Because we'll probably have a bunch to talk about after that motherfucker comes out, I would imagine. Superman will make $700 million, calling it now, says Brooke. Now, are you saying that's the ceiling? Do you think, or do you think that's like just the most likely number, or is that the floor? Do you think that's the least, the most, or just kind of best average? I would say it's definitely capable of doing that, 100%. Is it just me? Does this look crooked on the screen? Like, it looks straight on my big monitor that I read off of, but the screen share, is it just me, or does it look a little, I guess from your perspective, this way, just a little bit, instead of this, like, this is just me. I don't know. Anyway. All right, so This comes obviously from the Deadline Hollywood trade. The Superman hits tracking with 90 million to 125 million plus U.S. opening. Superman, the first movie under the new DC Studios, headed by James Gunn and Peter Safran, arrived on tracking with 125 million to 145 million dollar outlook on NRG. However, various distribution sources believe the real range for the domestic opening of the Gunn-directed movie is more in the 90 million to 125 million dollar vicinity. So we got analytics company NRG saying 125 to 145. And then we have distribution sources saying 90 to 125. So NRG has the floor where the distributors have the ceiling, 125. Crazy. Because he's a brand name, pin the difference. Just not pin, but keep the difference between these two sources in the back of your mind. We have analytics company and distribution sources. So just keep in mind that we're talking about two different entities with different motivations. Because he's a brand name, Superman pops on unaided awareness. That's the category where those moviegoers told automatically cite a movie they want to see without being prodded by a pollster. Well, that's good. With a 30 in unaided awareness, it's higher than Top Gun Maverick, which opened with 126.7 million. But is that the right comparison? Better to look at First Choice, the definitely must-see category for those willing to get off their couch. In First Choice, Superman is below such post-COVID superhero movies as Thor: Love and Thunder, which opened at 144 million, The Batman, who knows if we'll ever get a sequel, 134 million, and Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which opened at 100 million. Here's the rub. First Choice for this year's Captain America Brave New World was higher than Superman's by 71% at the same point in time. Yeah, well, that movie opened at 88.8 million. In addition, Superman's First Choice is 64% behind that of Matt Reeves' The Batman in 2022. We already told you that Superman is the year's best advanced ticket seller in its first 24 hours. It picks Amazon Prime Early Access paid screenings flying off Fandango's portal. Those screenings are Tuesday, July 8th each month. How have you still not picked that? That's just 2 days old. 3 days before the Pix July 11th opening. Superman's pre-sales outstripped that of Disney Marvel Studios' upcoming The Fantastic Four First Steps. Sources say that when it comes to Superman's opening weekend outlook, it boils down to reviews. Okay, why this film above all others like Deadpool and Wolverine in the post-pandemic landscape? Because everyone is familiar with Superman, and many will make their decision to go basically on word of mouth. With these tentpole movies, while these tentpole movies begin their drum roll months in advance with trailer drops, Superman dropped its first teaser just before Christmas. Like all big event movies, the majority of Superman's P&A spend, marketing, will be in the final days leading up to opening. It's every fucking way. Superman through 7. By the way, I'm still seeing much more, like the marketing blitz for Superman is still like much stronger than Fantastic Four right now. I still see way more Superman stuff than I do F4 stuff. Marvel needs to get on it. Superman, through 7 movies, not including Justice League, but definitely including 2016's Batman v Superman, has minted $2.56 billion at the global box office. Batman v Superman opened to $166 million in Easter holiday record and legged out to $330.3 million domestic. That is a lot of threes. $874.3 million worldwide. The 2013 reboot Man of Steel, I love that movie, opened to $116.6 million and ended its U.S.-Canada run at $291 million, $670 million worldwide. Wow. They really love Batman v Superman overseas. Both of those movies were directed by Zack Snyder. Yeah, no shit. All right, so Let's go all the way back to the beginning. What up, Scotty? How you doing, my guy? All right, so let's go all the way back to the beginning. What we have here is two outlooks on the early tracking that share 125 million in their outlook, but one is the floor, the other is the ceiling. Now let's consider the sources. NRG, which, if I am correct, is an analytics company. And then we have distribution sources. Now, distribution sources. That's obviously sources from distributors. Well, who are distributors? Studios. Clayface is going to slap too. Woo, he says. So studios basically is what it comes down to. You hear distribution, you're thinking studios. Like, for example, Iron Man. First MCU movie. Produced by Marvel Studios. Distributed like every Phase 1 movie, including Avengers, was distributed by Paramount. Still a studio. So what we have here is an analytics company with $125 million to $145 million range. And the distribution source is saying 90 to 125. Here's the thing, though. Distribution is studios. Why would a studio source, essentially a studio source, forgive me, issue such a low early tracking number compared to an analytics company? Seems kind of counterintuitive, right? You'd think the studio would want to make itself look as good as possible in every situation that they can get away with doing it in, right? So why would a studio lowball its opening? I'll tell you why. As counterintuitive as it may seem to wanting to look good, what's even more important to them is how it will look good, or how good it will look after release. So if they can set right now a lower expectation for opening weekend numbers that they then beat, how good will they look by beating projections? It always looks good when you beat expectations, right? Always. So, even though, again, it seems counterintuitive for a studio to lowball itself, which doesn't make it look good. Wait a minute, this movie's only going to open to this much? What the hell? It's the long game. They're playing the long game. They're lowballing, betting that the movie will outperform the low bar they set, so they can be like, "Hey, look at how awesome our movie is! It's overperforming. It's outperforming its initial expectations. Look at us. We're awesome." See what I'm getting at, chat? Now, under promise, over deliver. Exactly, Darboyd. Exactly. I don't know if there are any Star Trek Next Generation fans in here, but there was an episode where, well, actually, you'd have to be a fan of both the original Star Trek and Star Trek Next Generation. So y'all remember Scotty? I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Well, there was an episode of Star Trek Next Generation where they reconstituted him out of a transporter he had trapped himself in for 75 years to avoid some kind of disaster, some shit like that. Anyway, they bring him back. So, of course, he works his way down to the engineering department, and, of course, it's Star Trek, so something fucking goes wrong, right? So, exactly, Icarus. Live long and prosper. Yep, you guys got it. Anyway, so Picard's calling down to engineering asking for time on how long it is. So they tell him, and Scotty's like, "All right, but how long is it really going to take?" And they're like, this long. He's like, wait, what? No! Never give him the real number. Tell him it's going to take longer so you look better when you accomplish it that much faster. Some shit like that. It's hilarious. But it's the same principle. Set low expectations and then over deliver. That's exactly what this from the distribution sources is all about. This number is probably more accurate. This is probably closer to what's actually accurate. This is the studio attempting to play mind games with us. Oh yeah, Picard's a different enterprise. But like I said, they found Scotty like with him trapped in a ancient ass transporter matrix from like a ship, I believe, from the original Trek era. Or well, maybe not the original, but an in between ship anyway. And of course, Deadline being a trade, which are 95% of the time basically just mouthpiece studios. Occasionally someone gets a little rebellious. But yeah, for the most part, which is basically yeah. Oh, was that what it was? A Dyson sphere? Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that literally the only reason Deadline would report this distribution source number is because it comes from the studios. Darboy, that was our tactic when I worked for Geek Squad. Tell people they'll probably lose all their data, and then recovering half of it looks like a miracle. Yeah. Yep. Marketing, baby. Tracking numbers are marketing. Now, I think this is kind of fun. And this makes sense. This unaided awareness number. Category where those moviegoers pulled automatically cite a movie they want to see without being prodded by a poll. So, yeah. Of course. You're like, hey, what movie's coming up that you know about you want to see? I mean, the name, episode 6, season 4, Relics. All right, nice. Icarus with the speed Star Trek research. Look at you. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. But, the Enterprise discovers a ship that crashed on a Dyson sphere more than 75 years prior with a single survivor. Oh, yeah. Oh, that sucks. All right. So, yeah, it makes sense that Superman's going to pop on unaided awareness. Of course, people are going to be like, oh, yeah, there's a Superman movie. I'm probably going to want to see that. It's Superman. He's like, while there are more popular superheroes, he's essentially the prototype of superheroes. Right? So who the hell hasn't heard outside of people with literally no connection to the world at large, who hasn't at least heard of Superman, right? Of course he's going to pop on unaided awareness. That's not a surprise. But they bring up a good point. Is that the right comp? The right comparison? This is interesting. The first choice, the must-see category. So, in first choice, Superman is below Thor Love and Thunder, although we didn't know Thor Love and Thunder was ass until after it came out, so that actually kind of makes sense. The Batman kind of makes sense. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, this is crazy. Captain America Brave New World, first choice, was higher than Superman's by 71% at the same point in time. So 3 weeks out from the Brave New World premiere, The first choice numbers for that were higher than Superman's right now, 3 weeks out, by 71%. 64% behind that of Matt Reeves' Batman. That actually makes sense. This Brave New World number is wild. Wild. So, it's an interesting divergence. Unaided awareness, he dominates. But that's unaided awareness basically just boils down to name recognition. Right? Of course, Superman is going to be huge on name recognition because everyone knows the fucking name. Right? But when it comes to whether people go beyond, oh hey, I'm probably going to want to check that out, to I am fucking there before any other movie, that's where the numbers drop a bit. And that's, while probably not a huge cause for concern, it's definitely something to keep in mind when watching the numbers. We'll find out we'll find out what is more true. These first choice numbers, which go along with these distributor numbers, or the analytics numbers. And again, even despite these first choice numbers, the Amazon Prime Early Access was a banger. And regardless of the first choice thing, Superman's pre-sales outstripped that of the Fantastic Four First Steps. So, while we have a lot of fun information to try and analyze and figure out, make our own predictions off of, it's also somewhat fucking contradictory. You know? I mean, again, we have analytics numbers. We have distributor numbers. We have unaided awareness, where it kicks ass. We have first choice, where it doesn't so much. But yet, people went haywire to go to the Amazon Prime Early Access screening. And even though it got a bit of a bump because they're including extra shit that most movies don't have, on a technical level, Superman's pre-sales outdid Fantastic Four's pre-sales. So, we have a lot of very interesting, but also very, very seemingly contradictory numbers when it comes to how this movie, or at least what the indicators are saying this movie could perform like. Because let's be real here. All of this is nothing more than fancy ways of predicting things. Like early tracking is just that, early tracking. It's there for a baseline. And you can't even really call it that. It's basically there to give some kind of data point for people to talk about. Basically is what that boils down to. I mean, it works. Here I am. Here we are talking about it. But overall, when it comes to accuracy, early tracking is kind of hit and miss. Like, it's not, even with ranges of like this, of $20 to $30 million that they're allowing for, it's still a bit hit or miss. I mean, sometimes they nail it. A fair chunk of times they don't. But again, it is a basis for conversation, for prognostication, for prediction, for debate, whatever you want, whatever direction you want to take with the data. We have at least some data. And not just the money's data. We have, I guess you could call it poll data, unaided awareness poll, first choice poll, you know? And again, polling data, there's a reason they give every single poll a plus minus margin of error, because they know it's not accurate. It just gives you an idea. So these polls, just to give us an idea, these early tracking numbers, just to give us an idea of what could happen, what the trend could be. But like any data, the proper way to analyze it is by comparing it against similar data that's in the same category, that's consistent within itself. Like, for example, what's that fucking one analytics company? Shit. God damn it, I'm brain farting. Samba. Y'all heard of Samba? Right? Y'all heard of Samba? They do analytics. They track viewership. Okay? Now, Samba, when it comes to like being accurate overall in terms of the numbers and like, you know, how much they say, how many minutes this show got, or how many minutes this show got. They might not always be dead on with that. But within themselves, because the way they track all their shows is the same, you might not want, like, you might get a disconnect if you compare Samba numbers to, say, Nielsen numbers for shows, or for a show. But if you compare Samba numbers to Samba numbers, regardless of whether they're accurate outside of Samba, since Samba tracks stuff the exact same way for each project, while you may not get the numbers, you can still see trends as Samba is tracking, right? So, for example, say you want to compare Disney Plus Star Wars shows, right? You know, Samba might say Andor got 50 million minutes viewed in 1 week, right? Nielsen might come back and be like, no, they actually got 110 million minutes viewed that week. But what the fuck? Who's right? Probably Nielsen. They're still the gold standard in this shit. But if you take Andor's Samba number and you want to compare it to another Star Wars Disney Plus show, like, say, Kenobi, just for shits and giggles, right? Whether or not Samba's viewership numbers for Kenobi are accurate, within itself, you can still do a direct comparison of Andor and Obi-Wan inside of Samba and still get a pretty good idea of the difference in viewership. Am I making sense? It doesn't matter if the numbers themselves are accurate to what the actual viewership was inside of Samba. Like Samba numbers to Samba numbers, that will tell you how the shows performed relative to each other. Whether or not the numbers are actually accurate, as long as Samba's evaluation process stays the same, the trends they track are accurate. That making any sense? Am I making sense? You understanding what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? So that's like these first poll numbers. Or first choice numbers. Like, who knows how accurate they are in representing, like, the first choice of, you know, the general audience, right? Who knows how accurate that is? However, comparing just these first choice numbers to other first choice numbers, you can still get an accurate picture of the trend, the relationship between the projects, like how they stack up next to each other, regardless of what a nationwide poll might say. As long as these categories by this company, whoever's making these polls, as long as everything's evaluated the same way, you can get a reasonably accurate picture of the trend. So, while these might not be like super accurate in terms of overall numbers, necessarily tracking these polls compared to themselves, like if you wanted to compare NRG's numbers for Superman to, Fantastic Four or Brave New World or whatever, the numbers within NRG will give you a trend. Same with these distribution sources. If you only take the numbers from distribution sources, they'll still give you the trend. So that's why these numbers are fun, because even if they're not ultra accurate, they do give us a really good picture of how things are trending. So that's why I talk about that shit. What do you guys think? First of all, who do you think's closer to the actual early tracking? Do you think the analytics company is, or do you think the distribution sources are? That's one question. What do you guys think about those first choice numbers? Like the disconnect between the unaided awareness, where, while it makes sense, where Superman explodes, but he doesn't do so well in, like, okay, that's the movie that I'm going to see before all the others. I think that's just cool, man. And I like trying to figure out the reasons for it. It's fun. Now, again, let me reiterate that these are just indicators. They are by no means the final story. This time next week, we could get more tracking numbers that give us a more accurate picture of how these movies will perform. And who the fuck knows what next week's numbers are going to say. Right? For all we know, next week, NRG will say Superman's tracking to open at like 150 to 160 million, and the distributors will be like, nah, but now we're up to 120 to 140. The numbers in general could go up. It's my daughter's 6th birthday tomorrow, and I'm slacking. Oh, happy birthday to your daughter, Lou. And, I'm not there, so I don't know if you're slacking. You had to postpone your boys' joint party tomorrow due to family logistics, Daniel? That's kind of a bummer. Oh, Brooke says, I think maybe analytics and distribution just want to be conservative to be on the safe side. Well, that makes a lot of sense for distribution, but the analytics companies, outside of not wanting to look stupid, don't really have as much motivation to be conservative with their estimates. They got a little more freedom than that. Now, I imagine there's probably I don't imagine. Obviously, there has to be some hedging of their bets, but these analytics companies don't have to hedge their bets anywhere near as much as studios do. Know what I'm saying? You feel me? So, I just think that's fun to talk about, think about, analyze, and make my own predictions. Like, honestly, right now, I think I think that Superman's opening weekend is probably closer to the analytics company numbers than it is the distributor numbers. Like real talk. Um, and I also think it's got no matter which ones which set of numbers, current numbers you take. I have a strong feeling that that tracking is going to go up over the next couple weeks. Now, this hasn't been announced yet, but I am very curious to see what happens after that screening on Tuesday the 8th. Because while they may not be able to give like spoiler reviews, there's no way in hell that people are not going to come out of there and say what the fuck they think of that movie. Like, there's no way every theater that's showing that is going to have an NDA waiting for every motherfucker to come through the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not going to happen. So, that early screening, I would say, is a massive sign of confidence because that's a big risk, man. You would do a screening like a nationwide, like obviously it's not nationwide, but in terms of theater distribution, it's nationwide. 3 days before the big premiere. That's a risk, yo. I mean, you got to be damn sure that movie's a slapper. But just because you as a studio think it's a slapper, it does not follow that the audience is gonna see Quantumania. Y'all remember when that article came out? It was well after Quantumania, but like I think this article came out like last year. What up, Delta Dan? Yeah, there's an article came out last year that said that Marvel was shocked at the reception for Quantumania. Behind the scenes, they thought they had a banger. They thought Quantumania was a banger. So, I mean, it's a sign that Warner Brothers / DC Studios is very confident in this movie. Them putting out that screening early, 3 days early, but there's still a reasonable chance that could backfire in their face. So we will see, but I'll tell you what. I think no matter what the tracking numbers say, even 4th of July weekend right before Superman comes out, and also the weekend Jurassic World comes out, by the way. And the numbers for Jurassic World are not great. On like when you first look at them, they appear to be on par with Superman and Fantastic Four, but here's something you got to remember. When you look at Jurassic World's early tracking numbers, and I know plenty of people who are like, Jurassic World's going to stomp Superman and F4. It's going to make $1 billion. Those numbers that appear to be on par with Fantastic Four and Superman. I'll tell you a little secret. Ready? It's over a 5-day holiday weekend. Superman and F4 3 days. Jurassic World is on par with them, but with 2 more days of sales. Scotty, $1 billion for Superman? No. I have been saying, if y'all been around long enough, you'll know this. I have been saying since last year, when we first learned what the July slate looked like, when we found out it was going to be Jurassic World and Superman and Fantastic Four all coming out in the same month, my thought was, holy shit, that's a bunch of big movies that are really fucking close together. No one is hitting $1 billion. F4 has the best chance because it comes out last and it does not have too much competition in August. So it has the best chance to get legs. Oh, you're welcome, Lou. But yeah, no. I've been saying from jump, none of those three movies are going to make $1 billion. That's, again, three humongous IPs that all come out within 4 weeks of each other. That's too much blockbuster, too close together in a shit economy. Like, people are going to be making choices. Will there be people that go see all three? Of course there will. But the amount of people that will go see all three is drastically reduced compared to if the economy was better overall. You know, people are gonna be making choices. I would imagine most people are going to see 2 out of the 3. I think, like, out of the movie-going population in July, I think the biggest chunk of that population is going to go see 2 out of those 3. And then the rest will be split between seeing all 3 and just picking 1. So the question is, which 2? Again, because I think that's going to be the majority of the July moviegoers. Which 2 are they going to pick? That's the big question. Because there's a wide range of tastes out there amongst nerds, folks. I don't know if you knew that. But there are nerds who are much more into dinosaurs than they are superheroes. And vice versa. And then, even amongst the superhero nerds, you got those that are Marvel heads, you got those that are DC heads. You know? So you're going to have people out there like, I love Marvel, fuck DC, and I like dinosaurs. I'm going to go see Jurassic Park, skip the middle of the month, and then I'm going to go see F4. Or Jurassic World. And you got others who are like, you know, I love dinosaurs in Marvel, or I love dinosaurs in DC, fuck F4. And then you got others that are like, I love comic books, I don't give 2 shits about dinosaurs, and they're going to skip Jurassic World. And mathematically, there's all sorts of other combinations, but you get what you get where I'm going with this, right? So, you know, you take into account statistical distribution, the crap economy, how close those movies are together, the fact that they really overall have a mixed following. And don't get me wrong, that's like really good for us nerds. Is like, if for those of us who can afford it, that's July's up next month. God, next month, guys. It's June 21st. Superman's out in 3 weeks. F4's out in 5. We are close. So close. And you have others that do not like Gunn or the current NCU and throw in the towel altogether. Yes. Yes. People like that are another big factor in why I don't think any of these movies are going to make a billy. Lou, actually, I might see all 3. My birthday's July 29th, so it's a good birthday month for me. Hell yeah, bro. Hey, Chris, I want to watch all 3, but not necessarily in cinema. I'll watch if someone joins me. There you go. Brendan's going to see Superman and F4. Lou's going to see F4 and Superman. Brooke might see all 3. You still have shit to wrap? Oh, you got solo custody right now? No real time to get stuff taken care of. Nope, you're going to have to get him in bed and then caffeine the fuck up in order to finish your shit, Lou. That's what you're going to have to do. The director of Jurassic World 4 said he didn't want to make the movie until he read the script. That's funny. Well, I mean, it's almost like Gunn wasn't even thinking about making a Clayface movie till he saw what's his fuzz's script. Of course, he that shouldn't be surprising when you consider that Gunn already said he wasn't going to have crypto in the movie till he adopted Ozu. Getting the coffee going right now. So, yeah, I have been saying, and I still firmly believe until possibly proven wrong mid August, none of these movies are making $1 billion. None of them. I'm putting Jurassic World at like 550 to 750. Put Superman at I can't decide between 650 to 850 or 700 to 9. I think Superman and F4 are basically neck and neck. So yeah, I'm gonna go 550 to 7 for Jurassic World, and I'm gonna say 650 to 850 for both Superman and F4. And by the way, chat. By the way, I think Josh is sucking a hard load of coke, and he's gonna be paying Brandon Davis $500. I'm not rooting against him, but you think Jurassic World has the most normie appeal? Well, if it comes down to normie appeal, I think Jurassic World and Superman are pretty tied. I mean, everyone that's heard of dinosaurs has also heard of Superman. It's just a question of, do you prefer to be a science nerd or a comic nerd? Find the charger for my pen. It died on me. I forgot how long it's been since I charged it last. Wonder what the ending will be for the. Hey, executive judge, welcome in. And also, what the hell are you talking about? Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're referring to. I don't get it. Superman has more normie appeal than F4, but F4 could tease Doctor Doom in the post-credit scene, which could drive box office revenues further. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. About to drink a brew quick while I'm waiting on your coffee. Oh, the bet going on between Brandon and Josh. Oh, you wonder what the ending will be? Right. I think Josh going to be paying a dude. I don't think Superman's going to win by much. Like I said, I'm calling Superman and F4 within the same range, but I think Superman going to get closer to the top part of the range than F4. I could be wrong. Josh could be getting Warhammer tank money. You never know. I don't remember the exact name of the tank. I don't care that much. But yeah, this just like it. It could go either way. Like real talk, between Superman and F4, it could go either way. But I'm leaning Superman. I'm leaning Superman. Yeah, I still have no cheersing stuff, Lou. I can do the fucking icon. The hell? There, I can do that. Batman making a Billy. Exactly. Had 2 G&Ts earlier, but we'll crack a Summerfest in a few. Nice. So you know what? Give me a minute, chat. Give me a minute. Guess what, chat? Guess what? Prost. To nerds and nerdy content, and nerdy news, and nerdy rumors, and all the shit we love around here in the basement. And to you, chat, for being dope and being here. Thank you. All right, chat. Any further thoughts on the numbers? Because if not, we're going to move on. There's still much to discuss. All right, bear with me just a minute. Yeah, well, Mrs. Chillin ain't freaking out. Everything's all right. Well, let me rephrase that. Mrs. Chillin never freaks out. She is extremely level-headed, but no concern apparent. So that's a better way to put it. So y'all remember Wednesday when that big old article in Variety dropped, the big old interview with James Gunn, and I was pissed off because I had to go search for Twitter quotes from it because Variety wanted to charge my ass to fucking read it. Well, chat. Entertainment Weekly also had an interview with Mr. Gunn. They didn't charge me, so we going over that motherfucker because got some more interesting quotes from that article. So we gonna get into this shit. Again, this is from the Entertainment Weekly. DC's Man of Tomorrow. James Gunn on Superman, Gods, Monsters, and What's Next. Exclusive. James Gunn is a man with a plan. After making the Guardians of the Galaxy movies for Marvel, he's spearheading a new age for DC. Is a co-head of the studio with his longtime collaborator, Peter Safran. Superman, coming to theaters July 11th, is the first big screen event in this envisioned connected universe of movies and TV series. Entertainment Weekly spoke with Gunn on May 22nd for an in-depth cover story on Superman, starring David Cornsweet as the Man of Steel, Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane, and Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor. Below are excerpts from that conversation, most of which are not included in that featured piece. From his active social media presence to upcoming projects such as HBO's Lanterns and what filmmaker Matt Reeves has planned for The Batman Part 2, the titles coming even further down the line, Gunn previews the future of the DCU. So, number one, let us remember when some of these answers don't make a whole lot of sense based on what we know now. This interview is, at this point in time, a month old. May 22nd. It is now June 21st. So, let's just keep that in mind for when answers sound a little weird. Oh, I like it. Getting right into the social media aspect. It's not like we never talk about James Gunn being on social media ever, huh? Cat? Never. We never bring that up. You're one of the very few filmmakers, probably the only head of a studio, who is so active on social media. When did you decide that you really wanted that sort of direct line of communication between DC fans? I think that just happened naturally. In fact, I'm much, much less active than I've ever been on social media, just mostly because I'm busy, but also because it is just too much, and you should reduce it even more. I've been on social media really since MySpace took off. I miss my MySpace. Side note, Griff was happening. Just as a side note, chat, I loved MySpace back in the day. Kind of miss it, and have had a lot of interaction with fans online since that time. I am from Manchester, Missouri. I didn't know anyone in Hollywood. Those few moments where I was young and I was able to interact with somebody who was a part of this, what I thought of as a magical and distant and faraway world of Hollywood, or entertainment media in general, whether it was a local DJ or Joe Strummer, who I met when I was a kid, or Pierce Brosnan, who I met when I was a kid, really meant a lot. Ooh, Pierce Brosnan, that's dope. I've always wanted to give that same thing back in terms of realizing these people who are buying tickets to my movies and making fan art and all these things are just people, and to treat them with the respect that human beings deserve and creating that type of mutual respect with fans that they deserve. Entertainment. I joke with my colleagues that part of my job these days is debunking a lot of the rumors that go around online. I've noticed quite frequently you tend to shoot those down in the moment. Guns response, but no, I've kind of quit because it just happens so often. There are a couple of people specifically who have pretty large followings who just consistently put out false stories, just one after the other, 95% of the time. Gee, chat. Who do you think those couple people of are specifically that James Gunn's referring to? Any ideas? I'll bet you I know who he's talking about. I'll bet you I know who he's talking about. What do you think, Chad? I want to hear your answer. Like, seriously, let me know. Put it in the chat. Who are the couple of people who have pretty large followings that he's talking about? Oh, y'all getting ready to do some rivals? Y'all gonna squat up on some rivals? If I didn't have so much to talk about, I'd probably fucking switch it. I'd probably fucking jump in and we'd stream that shit. But I have a lot. No guesses, Lou? All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? What'd you miss? Oh, yeah, you weren't here for the last one. Yeah. You know what? Chat. I don't know this for sure. But I'd be willing to bet that he is referring to, and you shouldn't be surprised at either of these names, and I have no idea. I don't know. This is just me guessing, my speculation. But I bet he's talking about My Shine and Rickman. I'd be willing to bet he is talking about My Time to Shine Hello and Daniel RPK, aka Daniel Rickman. That's my guess. That's who I think he's talking about. What do you guys think? I think it's RPK in My Time. That's what I think. I think it's RPK and My Time to Shine. Hello. Anywho, maybe once out of every 20 times they say something that has some slight or partial basis in reality, and it gets to be old. I'm not sure. Some of those people that I'm not actually helping them in a certain way by debunking them because you're giving them traffic, which I always do, but I think they like it. So I mostly quit. But every once in a while, there's a story that gets out of hand quickly that has the possibility of hurting someone's feelings. For instance, if there's a director we're talking to about a project, and all of a sudden it comes out the story that so and so other director who has nothing to do with anything is doing this project, you want to kill that pretty quickly because it's not true. Same thing with actors or whomever. So if people's feelings are at stake and there's something that's getting out of hand, I'll shut it down. Now, I don't know if y'all been keeping track, but while James Gunn is ripping on these scoopers for getting a lot of shit wrong, I don't know if y'all noticed. I noticed this. A fair chunk of the shit he debunks ends up being true. Just saying. He talks a lot of shit for someone who's debunking tends in itself to get debunked. You know what I'm saying, chat? What is it like for you to do that being the head of a studio but also the director of film like Superman? Are you able to compartmentalize? What is it like for you to do that? Oh, they're still talking about internet shit. Listen, a lot of my social networking is done by other people. It's always me, it's always my words, but a lot of times there's other people that are posting it. And a lot of other times, other people are bringing me questions offline from online, and I'll answer them and send them those answers. But then every once in a while, I have a long flight or a long drive, or somebody else is driving or something, and I get on threads and I answer questions. You can see when I'm actually doing that because there'll be like 5, 6 answers in a row about once every 3 weeks. C-Dub, what up, man? I was telling people earlier to send you the good vibes. How are things? What's it been like juggling your responsibilities as a co-head of DC Studios with your responsibilities of writing and directing Superman? So the balance isn't between creative and business. The balance is between specific creative and macro creative. Excuse me. Peter Safran, he does all our meetings. He does all the business stuff. Excuse me. For me, it's about writing and directing, but it's also about shepherding other writers and directors. It's about trying to come up with other ideas for other shows, other movies that I give to other writers to take care of. So my job is all creative. Occasionally, there are other things that you need to do, of course, as any writer director does, but mostly it's taking care of the creative storytelling across all platforms. That said, it's a little bit too much at times. I can't do everything. I had to try to focus on what I can focus on, which has been part of my learning process over the past couple of years of having this job. If I try to do everything, it's too little of any one thing. So I need to really focus on certain pieces of what's happening. Parents hanging in there? All right, good. Spidey 4 sounding pretty good? Yes, it does. We'll get there. When I find somebody really terrific, what I found with Damon Lindelof and Chris Mundy and Tom King, who are running Lanterns, I read the scripts, I give them notes, but then I let them do their thing. I mean, I'll watch the daily, make sure everything's going okay, and then I'll watch when we start getting the cuts in, which I think we're supposed to start. Well, I think we're supposed to get next week or something. So that next week or something means he's supposed to start getting cuts of Lanterns 3 weeks ago. Because remember, this interview is from May 22nd. I'll start giving them notes on the specific cuts, whereas maybe I was a little bit more involved during the writing phase, for instance, of Supergirl, because that was something that was one of the first ideas I had when I came to work at DC. I really wanted to adapt Woman of Tomorrow, the Tom King book. So it depends on what's happening. I'm a little more involved in the writing of Supergirl. I hope not overly involved. I picked up bits and pieces of this story here and there. How did you settle on Superman to be the first movie that you would write and direct in this new phase of DC? All 3 things that are now coming out were already in process before I took over at DC. I was already hired to write Superman. You were offered, and then you had to go do Guardian. Sport. That's already come out in another article. See, here he fucking goes again. I was already working on Creature Commandos, and I already had a deal to do Peacemaker Season 2. The thing is that the priorities of what was up first changed. Because I was already writing Superman, He's one of the three biggest characters of DC, one of the most important characters in all Warner Brothers catalog, but was also really the figurehead of DC in a lot of ways because he's the first ever superhero. So it seemed like the right movie to do first. Well, of course. Two characters that I still have a question mark over are the Hammer of Baravia and this Ultraman figure. Am I on the right track in assuming Ultraman is Luthor's attempt to recreate a Superman kind of figure? Am I really off? It's close. Yeah, I think that's close. Ultraman is sort of Lex's thug and is pretty powerful. And in terms of the Hammer of Baravia, we get that shot of Eve Tessmacher, played by Sarah Sampaio, taking a selfie while that battle is going on. So it implies a Luthor Corp connection. God, I hate that he didn't leave it Lex Corp. Yes, totally. Lex is connected to everything. There's nothing bad happening in Metropolis during this movie that doesn't have some connection to Lex Luthor, which only makes sense. How much do you see Superman as a proof of concept for what big screen films in the DCU can look like? I don't think of it like that at all. I just think of it as I'm making another movie. I'm trying to make the best movie I possibly can, and I'm learning a lot. This process has been more similar to the first Guardians for me than anything else because I'm learning so much about how to shoot stuff with Superman, which is very different. You know, the flying and figuring all that out, and figuring out the simplicity and elegance of this character, which is so different from anyone I've ever written a movie for before. I'm learning a lot along the way. There was that situation on social media where people thought David flying was a CG superimposed thing. Was that telling when you talk about having to figure out how to pull off these mechanics of getting David to fly authentically? No, I don't think it was so much. It was a TV commercial and it wasn't a finished visual effect shot. This would. We're now talking about that famous eyes of Superman, the fish lens. That's the one we're talking about. So the part of him flying, it was a photograph of his face and him flying. It was a photograph of a drone flying in front of an actual background. All the pieces were real, but it was incorporated in kind of a funky way. I didn't love the shot, so it's not even the shot that's in the movie. Sometimes I'm pretty strict about when I'm going through a trailer and looking at each of the shots, but sometimes the commercials I forget to look at this closely. So that one kind of got by me. So that's like literally the third or fourth story. Well, second or third. First it was, oh no, it's not CGI, but now it's just not finished visual effect. Next it was, oh no, this is just the kind of lens we use. Now it's a photograph of a drone flying in front of an actual background. Like, bruh. 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 Get your shit straight. Pick a fucking story and stick to it. That's all I'm saying. So, he just, like, ugh. I didn't love the shot, so it's not even the shot that's in the movie. Well, if you didn't love the shot, how did it get by you in the first place, bro? Like, what are you even saying? This is why he needs to talk less and just concentrate on, like, making fucking movies. You titled this first phase of the DCU as Gods and Monsters. How much of Superman is really crucial to that overarching story that you're thinking of telling across all of these films and TV shows? Oh, it is very important. I wouldn't say Creature Commandos is important, but Peacemaker and Superman are both pretty important in terms of getting to the bigger story. At the same time, I'm really trying to be careful that anybody can dip in and see the story that is up next and not feel like they're missing information. The other stories can provide added texture to what you're watching. That might change down the line as we get deeper into what's happening in this universe. It could be like Infinity War and Endgame, where you kind of have to see Infinity War to know what's going on in Endgame. But right now, I'm trying to keep it so that you don't have to see Superman to see Supergirl, for example. Even though there's a lot of stuff in Superman that leads to Peacemaker, you certainly don't need to see it to see Peacemaker. It's good if you have. But we also say previously in the DCU before every episode, so the TV stuff. Okay. But he also put himself in the opening credits for Creature Commandos, just saying. Well, allegedly, according to him, that was a surprise from the people that created the credits. That was supposedly a surprise to him. But he also didn't tell him to take it out, so there's that too. Like, he had to see it before it actually hit TV. So, wow, what a surprise. You guys put me in the credits. Never said, okay, that's really cool. I love it. You guys are awesome. Now take it the fuck out. Didn't say that. He may not have put himself in there, but he sure as shit left himself in there. Yep. Now. Okay. Chat. See, here's his thing. The second part down here is what he's been saying. Right here. I'm really trying to be careful that anybody can dip in and see the story that is up next and not feel like they're missing information. Now, chat. How many times have you heard me say that good fucking luck with that, James Gunn, because that is not how you can do an interconnected universe. It can't just be, oh, here's, this is cool here, and this is cool here, and this is cool here. But you don't need to see this for this. You don't need to see that for that. That's not how a shared universe works. The shit's going to have to tie in, and you're going to have to see some shit to know what the fuck's going on now. How many times have you heard me say that, Chad? How fucking many times have I made that exact point? Every time the subject of Gunn being like, oh no, you're not going to need to see everything prior to this to know what's going on in this. How many times have I been like, good luck with that, bro, because that's not going to work forever. It's a shared universe. Shit's going to matter. People are going to have watched shit. Constantly, right, chat? I've been saying this constantly ever since he started fucking bragging about how his shit's going to be different from the MCU, and it's going to be about the individual story, not the overarching story. How long have I been saying that he's wrong, that he's going to have to go the MCU route? How long have I been saying that? How often have I said that, chat? How long? How often? A ton, right? A ton. Well, guess what? That might change down the line as we get deeper into what's happening in this universe. It could be like Infinity War and Endgame, where you kind of have to see Infinity War to know what's going on in Endgame. What do you fucking know, chat? Reality has set in. Finally, he realized. He may have known. If he's competent, he would have known already. But at least now, he's finally admitting it. At some point, you're going to have to do at least a little bit of what they call homework in order to know what's going on. It is inevitable. Like Thanos and AI. Inevitable. There is no way to do an interconnected / shared universe and be able to do it the way Gunn has been bragging about being able to do it until literally 1 month ago. It's impossible. I've been saying it's impossible, and he now has finally admitted, without actually saying it the way I'm saying it, but it's fucking impossible to do a shared universe without creating homework. At least he knows. Or at least now, again, he's probably known. But at least now he's finally admitting it. So kudos to you for that, James Gunn. You have finally publicly accepted reality. Good on you, bro. Also about motherfucking time. Almost forgot to bring it back up. Whee! Something your colleague David Zaslav, head of parent company Warner Brothers Discovery, soon to be split again, Warner Brothers and Discovery. We talked about that like a couple weeks ago. Briefly. Find my fucking pen charger. Anyway, yeah. So reality finally sets in. Thank God. All right. Yes. Here we go. Something your colleague David Zaslav said around one of these investor calls. He mentioned that Superman, Batman, Supergirl, and Wonder Woman are going to be the core pillars of DC, at least for now. Is that accurate? Yeah, I think that's accurate. Actually, I think he got that from me. I wouldn't say only those four characters, but I would say that those four characters are incredibly important to us. Right now, I feel great about where two of those characters are. Well, yeah, Superman and Supergirl, because one movie's coming out in 3 weeks, and the other one is done, and the other one is in post and is going to come out next year. And then we're dealing with the other two, i.e., Batman and Wonder Woman. And really, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman are the DC Trinity. Like, Supergirl's important, but we all know when it comes to the foundational characters of DC, not founding, but foundational, there's a difference. It's Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. They are the Trinity. The Holy Trinity, if you will. I'm not being blasphemous, just saying. As a metaphor. That's what Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman are for DC. So, yeah, they're fucking the core pillars. And I wouldn't say only those four characters. No, I wouldn't say only those four characters. I would say the three characters, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, are 100% the core pillars of DC. Gunn better not fuck around and try and change that shit, because it'll go about as well as phases 4 and 5 did when Marvel fucked around and tried to change, tried to go away from the core of what people like. It does not go well, folks. I don't know how much more evidence these motherfuckers need. You don't fuck around with your core. Period. Like, the evidence of that is ample. Ample. There's a ton of it. So, anywho, have you cast the other two, Wonder Woman and Batman? No. Well, we cast Robert Pattinson, so he is still there, but he's still important. What Matt's doing is still really important, despite all stories to the contrary. We're supposed to see that script shortly, and I can't wait. Yeah, a month ago, guess what we still don't have? Unless I missed a report. One of the things that, okay, here we go with some fun stuff. One of the things that you and Peter emphasized early on is bringing this idea of unity and cohesion across all of these DC titles. But then you also have Elseworlds titles like Reeves Films and the Penguin series. How do you see both of those things remaining true? Well, it's going to be mostly DCU, and then occasionally there's some Elseworlds tales. There are things that naturally lend themselves to Elseworlds tales. You have a lot of animated projects, and they are sort of a different beast. They aren't all like Creature Commander. Truth is, the DCU, we give people a lot of freedom to tell different stories, but also we have to be really involved to make sure that, say, the power set of Supergirl and Superman are the same. There's a lot of really silly shit that we have to give notes on in screenplays, like powers. What cities exist in the DCU that don't exist in other places? We aren't the regular world. We're the DCU. There isn't necessarily Seattle, but there's an Evergreen. There isn't necessarily a New York, but there's a Gotham. So all of that type of stuff needs to be dialed in. So there's definitely room for people to tell other stories. And when it's somebody who's important, like Matt Reeves, who I've had an admiration for a long time as one of the very, very few filmmakers who is out there making spectacle commercial fare that is also an artist, then you have to stand up and listen. The script still needs to be good. We're not going to make it unless we like the script. But I think that there are exceptions. I told it to one person who came in and pitched something that was an Elseworlds tale. It was a very, very, very famous movie actor. I said, it depends on how the screenplay comes out. If it's a masterpiece, I'll make it, but it has to be a masterpiece. And he's like, I don't think it's really great. If it's an Elseworlds tale, then it's worth telling something that might tend to confuse a few people. Is it, though? Is it worth telling something that might tend to confuse a few people? Because phases 4 and 5 for the MCU being really confusing has led us to where we're at now, which is the lowest Marvel's been since its inception. Is it really worth telling something that might tend to confuse a few people? Again, the evidence says no. It is not. And the other thing is not just giving away properties like their party favors to people doing low-budget TV shows or stuff that we have no quality control over because we're making a few $1,000s on the rights. It is having some sense of quality control over everything. Oh, but also part of our thing is really being clear about what is Elseworlds and what is DC. Yeah, well, guess what? You can be as clear as you want, and people will still ignore it, /miss it, /not give a fuck. Spend 10 minutes on Twitter, and you will find that out. Peter Safran was telling me a little bit about Clayface and how the hope is to start filming at some point this year, assuming that the script is in this good place. In the weeks following this interview, Gunn announced Tom Rise Harry's in the lead role. Yep, that just came out this week. The new script is great. It's great. I mean, the first script was great, and then this new draft is even better. The movie's definitely getting made. What goes into a decision to bring Clayface into the DCU versus an Elseworlds title? Well, I think it was just we needed DCU content. I mean, it's an honest answer. Mike Flanagan is somebody who I've been friendly with for a long time, and he wrote me about Clayface. He texted me about it really early on in my DC journey. Just being honest, I did not think that was something that was going to happen. But he came in and he pitched the idea, and I was like, oh, shit, that's cool. It's a body horror movie. It's a horror movie that, like any cool body horror movie, just happens to be in the DCU. And then he wrote the script, and the script was fantastic. We did not plan to do Clayface. That was really something he brought to us. Then he wrote the script was fantastic, and now the new script is great. And this new draft is even better than the first script. But the first script was fantastic. This dude is the walking epitome of talking out of both sides of your face. Holy shit. I'm not going to dwell on it forever, but sweet Jesus, if if the fact that James Gunn is so full of shit, he makes this sound when he walks, is not painfully obvious, you're not fucking paying attention. It's just that simple. And like, I don't have anything personal against James Gunn. I haven't been in any Twitter beefs with him or anything like that. It's just you see what he says, and you see what happens, and then you see what he says some more, and it's like, bro, just shut the fuck up. Just shut up and go make your DC projects. Shut up. Because this is DCU, is this the same Clayface that we met in Creature Commandos? I think that everyone will find that out. Well, they're going to have to figure out a way to resurrect him. Because, as I recall, the last time we saw Clayface in Creature Commandos, he was a mud puddle. Yeah. In terms of the timeline for the Gods and Monsters phase, Superman is shot coming out this year. Peacemaker Season 2 coming out this year. And Supergirl is wrapped. Clayface is going to be filmed. What's the next project that's closest to starting principal photography? Ooh. I'm about to wrap Peacemaker. Peacemaker and Superman are both going to end up being sound mixed and color timed at about the same time in the next 2 weeks. And so that means they probably started on it at the beginning of the month. Or second week of this month. They've probably been working on that for about 2 weeks. If they started when he said. We're going to see early episodes of that soon. Lanterns is halfway through filming. We're going to see early episodes of that soon. Then there's another TV show that's my favorite thing in all of this that is hopefully getting made soon. It's just my favorite thing. And then there's the movie. Oh, shit. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not say, but there's a couple of other movies that are being written, one of which is in pretty good shape, another which is kind of closer to the start, but we feel positive about. And then there's the thing I'm writing, which I think it's okay. So what will be the next thing after Clayface is not 100% certain, but it's pretty certain. What the fuck are you even writing, bro? Well, it's not Batman. We already know he's not writing Batman. He's talked about working closely with the Batman writer. I think that was in the Variety article. But it's not Batman. Which is good, because gun sensibilities have no place in a Batman movie. They have even less place in a Batman movie than they do in a Superman movie. Like, if we're being real. How much of these undisclosed titles are things that have already been announced versus things that haven't? My favorite thing has not been announced at all. One of the scripts people kind of know about. My script people don't know about. The other script people don't know about. So it's mostly stuff people don't know about. A couple of those things are in pretty good shape in terms of coming up, but there was one thing that I knew about from the very beginning. That when I pitched to David Zaslav what the DCU would be, I pitched to him. We did not announce in that first meeting because I felt like it was too easy to rip off by another company. So that's one of the main things. What in the hell? Like, I literally have no answer to this question. Maybe you guys have a theory, chat. What the fuck could he be thinking about that has not even been remotely talked about in the presence of anyone who could leak it or would leak it? That is also an easy ripoff. Like, I got nothing, bro. Nothing. But I'm highly curious. I am highly curious. Is a Superman sequel on your mind? What I'm working on is in some way, I mean, yes. But is it a straight up Superman sequel? I would not say necessarily. So when this little quote came out, everyone was like, world's finest. It's got to be world's finest, right? World's finest. I mean, that would be a not necessarily straight up Superman sequel. Like, World's Finest wouldn't necessarily be Superman 2. Right? So that's a good possibility. But, I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else that would be not a Superman sequel, but would kind of be a Superman sequel. I mean, can you guys think of anything outside of World's Finest that would fit that description? Because I can't. Not off the top of my head. Is there anything more that you can say about this mystery project that you're writing next? Is this the project that you'll direct next? Well, I always leave saying I'm going to direct something till I'm actually done with the screenplay, and then I say, yeah, I want to do this. But it's probably what I will direct. Yeah, probably to be totally realistic. Yes, probably. All right, so. Huh. What could he be working on writing that he's also going to want to direct? Please don't be Wonder Woman. I do not want him doing 2 out of the 3 of the Trinity. I just don't. I don't. Now, after I see Superman, maybe I'll have a little bit more confidence in his ability to keep his gunness under control. But until I see like explicit proof of that, I'm ecstatic he's not writing Batman, and I really do not want him to write Wonder Woman. I can have my mind changed. I can. That's not in stone. But at this moment in time, right now, I don't want him fucking writing Wonder Woman. I don't care if he directs it. I just don't want him fucking writing it. For a long time, Guillermo del Toro wanted to make a Justice League Dark project. Just knowing your sensibilities and what you're into personally in comic books, it felt like this might be up your alley. And I love Guillermo, and we own a movie theater together. How fun is that? By the way, Guillermo's never said that to me. I hear all these things about Guillermo would love to do Justice League Dark. Well, Guillermo's never said that to me. Just let Steven Spielberg do his Black Hawks movie that he wants to do. Steven Spielberg, who I love above anyone else, has never said that to me. So these things get blown out of proportion. Years and years ago, I said I wanted to make a Thunderbolts movie. Huh. His version of Thunderbolts would have been... Well, if it would have been anything like The Suicide Squad, I'm glad he didn't fucking make the Thunderbolts movie. Got to be better than Wonder Woman 84. I mean... Yeah, but... writing a better movie than Wonder Woman 84 is about as difficult as being the thin one at Fat Camp. Like, it's not hard to be better than Wonder Woman 84. That movie was so crap. Oh my god, that movie was so bad. Ooh, it was bad. First one was good. Second one, less so. Okay, I don't want to make a Thunderbolts movie. Thank God, because I've seen The Suicide Squad, and fuck that. I was in a convention somewhere, and somebody asked me, what did I want to do that wasn't Guardians of the Galaxy? I said, Thunderbolts. And for years and years, like, James Gunn should be allowed to make his Thunderbolts movie. No, he should. I have a million things that I thought I wanted to do in certain moments. I mean, that's kind of everybody. I also wanted to ask about Sergeant Rock. With all the information flying out there, could you set the record straight on that in terms of where it is? I feel like we're in a pretty good place. We're still moving forward, but it's not going to be, what would Peter want me to say here? So it's still moving forward, but yeah, right now it wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be creatively, and so it needs to change a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be on the shelf for a while. Just fucking say it, bro. Paradise Lost. That would be the show about Themyscira. No Wonder Woman in it. Paradise Lost is moving along. It's slow moving, but it's moving, and yeah, I really love that project a lot. Is that really directly connected to your larger plans for Wonder Woman in this space? Well, yes. Well, yes and no. Wonder Woman's a separate thing. We're working on Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman's being written right now, so it's different. I mean, not different. They're connected. She's from fucking Themyscira, so... Also, a lot of people, I'm sure, are blowing up on social media, probably in person too, about the state of the Batman Part 2. Listen, we're supposed to get a script in June. I hope that happens. Don't we fucking all. And again, if someone has seen that the script's actually been delivered, as it's now June 21st, 1 month after this interview, please let me know, because I haven't seen it. Not saying it didn't happen. I miss shit. I haven't seen it. We feel really good about it. Matt's excited. I talk to Matt all the time. I'm totally excited about it. So we can't wait to read the scripts, but we haven't read it yet, if that's your question. People should get off Matt's nuts because, like, let the guy write the screenplay in the amount of time he needs to write it. That's just the way it is. He doesn't owe you something because you like his movie. I mean, you like his movie because of Matt. So let Matt do the things the way he does. Well, first of all, going after, like, people should get off Matt's nuts. When he says people, he means fans. And we're not on Matt's nuts. We're on your nuts. Because you're in charge of DC, Buster. We're not on Matt's nuts. We're on your nuts. We want to know why the fuck we don't have a script yet. We want to know why the fuck things are taking so long. Now, we have a bit of a clue. It is known and confirmed that Matt Reeves has stuff going on behind the scenes. We don't know what exactly. We don't know if it's a health thing, whether for him or something else or someone else in his family or whatever. We don't know what's going on. But we do know something is going on. So, totally respect that. Like, if you got shit going on, of course, take your time, handle your big business, and then write your movie. Totally fair. But no one is on Matt's nuts. We're on your nuts, Gunn, because you're the motherfucker that's co-running the studio. You run the creative side. And this is the you attacking the fans, because that's what that is. And it's also not the first time he's done it. It is not the way to handle the Batman 2 questions, buddy. It's just not. I mean, Lucasfilm went after fans. Look where they're at now. I mean, seriously, all the proof of, like, what not to do is out there. These motherfuckers just keep doing it. It's ridiculous. Attacking fans is not the way, sir. It's not the way. Fans are not on his nuts. We're on your nuts. Pause. The pressure's on you, sir, because you're running the studio. At least the creative side. So, it sort of relates to one of the first questions I asked you, which is your relationship with social media. I can't imagine being in Matt's position, having to write a script while also being hounded on social media for updates. Well, I don't think Matt really pays attention to that stuff so much. He's got a lot of other things happening, so I don't think he lets it affect him. He's fine, but I'm irritated by people. I mean, it's just that thing people don't need to be entitled about. It's going to come out when he feels good about the screenplay. And Matt's not going to give me the screenplay until he feels good about the screenplay. I mean, fine. But you're going to have to make a fucking decision, bro. Like, you've got to make a fucking decision. A couple decisions. One, are you really going to try and run two Batman under DC Studios? Are you going to run Pattinson and your own Batman? Really? Is that really such a good idea? I think we already established that earlier when you were talking about the Elseworlds. And the answer to that question is no. Again, see phases 4 and 5 of the MCU. When shit was just all over the place and wherever it was and confusing. Like I keep saying, the evidence is there. It's right in front of your fucking face. If I can see it, Mr. Hollywood professional guy, you should be able to see it. Like, seriously. What the fuck? Anyway, one last question. Are there other characters who will appear in Superman who have not been announced yet? Yes. Interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting on a couple levels. One, makes me curious who the hell else is going to be in there. Two, is there room for more? Like, holy shit! Like, he already has a shit ton of characters in this movie. Now, a somewhat fair defense of that would be look at fucking Infinity War and Endgame and look at what we're getting in Doomsday and Secret Wars. Shit ton of characters, right? So, what's wrong with Gunn having a fuck ton of characters in Superman? Well, I'll tell you. That's your Superman is the initiation to the DCU. Infinity War and Endgame was the ending of a saga. Doomsday and Secret Wars, the ending of a saga. You had to, well, there's build-up required before you start dropping movies with that many fucking characters in them. I mean, you put too many characters in your initial movie, people are going to be like, God damn. That's a lot of shit to keep track of. You do not want to overwhelm your audience right from jump. So you must. Don't know if that's the best idea. But obviously it's happening, so we just have to hope he handled it well. Gunn can fire Cavill and replace him with a virtual unknown, says Sita, but you can't get rid of Pattinson and Reeves for Batman. You can. And you know who can? And would? If he thinks it's necessary? Daddy Zaz. Zaz could call an end to that bullshit any old time he wants. Why? Well, number one, DC Studios is a subsidiary of Warner Brothers Discovery. Number two, as Josh has brought up many times, while Reeves doesn't work for DC, he does work for Warner Brothers. So if Zaz wants to be like, I love you, Matt. The Batman's dope. The Penguin was good. But we need a singleness of purpose over there, DC, so you're done. Thanks for playing. What up, Prez? Daddy's ass could do that. And we know he's not scared to do some shit like that. See Batgirl. Kendall is chilling out of the basement? Hell no. We're just chilling. But, you know, out of the basement? Well, yes and no. I'm on the second level of a tri-level. So if I turn my camera around, you could see that I'm still below ground. But I'm basically down a half flight of stairs. And then there's another half flight down to the basement. But I am on a lower level. I'm mostly below ground. So it counts. And I'm sticking with that. Need to get Kendall and chilling together for some chatting? Oh, hell yeah. Well, first thing we need to do, first thing we need to do is get Kendall streaming again. Of course, you do chilling below ground. Kind of, yeah. But not dead, thank God. Of course, Kendall, you always do have an open invitation to come on down here. I'm more than happy to have you. Chilling a few steps down, yeah. You can call it that, but it doesn't have the same ring to it. I mean, I'll green screen a basement. I'm still not on the main level, so good enough. Chilling 3 doors down. What's funny is 3 Doors Down did a song called Superman. If I go crazy with you, then with you, Superman. If I'm alive, then would you be there holding my hand? You know, yeah. Kind of funny you brought that up. Or Kryptonite. It was called Kryptonite. God damn it. You're right, Spicy Dan. It was called Kryptonite, but it's talk about Superman. Leave me alone, Chad. No, you're right. It's called Kryptonite. Yep. You're my Kryptonite. Yep. Y'all ought to hear me in a karaoke bar, though. I actually rip a little. I can't spit bars like Kendall do, but I can vocalize some. Superman is trademark, so they call it the Kryptonite, probably. Yeah. So Far Down also? Yes. Yeah, they had Three Doors Down had a few hits. They had a few hits. All right, guys. Any further thoughts on Guns, Superman, DCU in general? If so, go ahead and throw them in the chat. I'm going to go pee real quick. We'll deal with those. And then we're going to get into the marvel of it all. Because we have all kinds of shit came out from Alex Perez. And, of course, fucking Frank Castle, baby. Be right back. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, as we make the transition from DC over to Marvel, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who is here in the stream right now. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Do me a couple of small favors. Don't take but literally a few seconds of your time. Hit the button, looks like this, pretty please. And if you have not yet done so, please hit that subscribe button and then hit the notification button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having fun so far. I am. And that also applies to those of you who are kind enough to not only A, click on the video on the replay, and B, have lasted this long. Thank you again as well. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate everyone who chooses to spend even a few minutes with me here in the basement. So thank you. Y'all are awesome. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, I had to work this morning. Starting to catch up with me just the weest bit, but we still good. We still good. Actually, you know what, chat? I lied a little bit. Kendall has a big forehead. Dog. First of all, what up, Jay? Second of all, coming in hot. And third, have you seen this? I'm almost all forehead. sorry, outburst. I don't care. It's fun, but that's you're bringing up Kendall's forehead and look at this glowy ass dome. Look at this thing. Crazy. Cosmic Mutant Supernatural. Yes, sir. Remember those 3 words. Oh, I've been knowing those 3. They're beautiful. They're very, very beautiful. Now, chat. When the forehead meets the back head. Don't ban me on part. It's all good, man. Now, I've accepted my follicular fate, as it were. Why keep it short? And do not grow it out. I actually tried it. When it wasn't quite as bald as this, but I actually tried growing it out once just to see what it looked like. It was it was goddamn ridiculous. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. It was dumb, and I'm never doing it again. Never gonna do it again. But I made a little boo-boo, guy. I gotta tell you, I made a little boo-boo. I thought of one more thing I need to step away and take care of just like over the next minute to 3 minutes. So, but then we will get all up into this. So keep talking amongst yourselves, check in on everybody. Again, send C-Dub some good vibes. He's got some shit happening. I'm gonna turn the music up. I'm not gonna put on the one screen. That seems to like throw people away or some shit. It's weird. I thought it'd be handy, but I was wrong. Anyway, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I promise. When I come back this time, it's going to be for the duration. But I need just a couple minutes to take care of one thing. I'll be right back. Turn the music up. Enjoy. Wait a minute. What do you mean you don't? Okay, you're going to have to explain the don't have a PC right now thing when I get back. You shave your head too? Well, see, I don't shave it. As you can see, I keep fuzz. And I'll tell you why I don't shave it. Because I firmly believe that you can be fat or hairy, and when I mean hairy, I'm talking body hair, or bald, or even 2 of the 3, but not all 3 at the same time. Well, it looks like this all the way around. That's number 1. That's number 2, so that's why this shit stays. Because, I'm hairy. See, that's my shoulder. Look at all that shit. So I cannot be bald. I'm assuming those were supposed to be J's. Jiggle, jiggle, not giggle, giggle. Yeah. Fuck rivals. This is jiggle physics, motherfuckers. That's real jiggle physics. Okay. Real talk. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But I will leave you my own personal jiggle physics to dwell on while I'm gone. I'll be back. All righty. What do we got going on in here? Subathon? I wish. No, but that's coming. Actually, I need to do that. I've been promising that shit for months. I do need to get on that shit. I did say it was gonna happen when we moved, but I was hoping because on the other side of this wall right here is the room that's gonna end up being like my permanent area. Teacher's back, hide the pot. Fuck that. Teacher's back, share the pot. Don't hide it. Share it. I'm like Uncle Elroy. You can smoke all the weed you want. Don't you let me hit it. Apparently, Billy Joel said at one of his concerts with Elton John, I don't think of it as losing my hair. I think of it as getting more head. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, if you're Billy Joel famous, you probably get hit all the damn time anyway. Download Windows 11 install, didn't apply correctly. Tried to repair and the repair sent it over the edge. It wouldn't play any games. It just kept blue screening. Well, that's fucked up. Did you take it to Geek Squad or something? Well, that sucks balls. You know when you're going to get that motherfucker back? Yeah, well. Hope you get it back soon, my guy. I really do. I'm going to miss your stream. Should be ready in like 2 days. Okay, good. Good. Maybe less? Ah, even better. I would miss your streaming if your computer was still in the shop. I really would. And I think I can safely speak for chat and say they agree with me. Right, chat? We agree. It'd be a bummer if Justin had to miss a bunch of streams next week because his computer was in the shop. That would be a bummer. Two days without corn ain't bad, bro. Like he's got to go with it. Exactly, Kendall. I was literally about to say that. Plus, you still got your phone. I mean, my phone's where I do most of my harvesting from. You know what I'm saying? Kendall. Yep. Yeah, I do most. Yeah, I do most of my harvesting on the phone anyway. Exactly. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't Oh shit! All right, guys. That's enough goonerism for right now. You guys ready to get into this Marvel shit? I'll tell you. You guys know I love those Alex Perez Discord Q&As, right? And I don't know if you remember, but I didn't even. We never even went over Maze. There was so much other shit going on. Well, I'll tell you what. We are going over this once. Now, probably not like every single bit of it. We're gonna be skimming for the good shit. Like I'll just tell you that right now. Used to actually prefer my computer back in my corn days. What do you mean back in your corn days? Like you don't still engage in harvest. Lying ass. Back in your corn. like Daryl. You know what, Jack? Completely corn free for over a year now. Well, you don't. Okay. I mean, if that's part of your journey, I respect it, bro. Totally respect it. I mean, I don't mind using my own imagination, but you know, I'm already doing enough work. I ain't, try- I ain't trying to work both heads at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. If that's part of your journey now, rock on. Corn is in everything. I mean, technically, yes. Yeah. But anywho, all right. We about to get. Oh, I could so get myself in trouble right now. You're growing corn in the backyard? Well, yeah, that's a good. I mean, corn's a pretty widely used ingredient in a lot of different salsas, so that just makes sense. I could totally get. Ooh, I could make a joke, but it would cost me, and I'm not going to do it. Is it true? Is it not? You'll never know. Oh, I may not know for sure. I may not never ever know, but I, I am. I, I may not know the fact, but I have what I believe is the fact. Enough about Marvelous Corn. Let's get to Marvelous Marvel. Exactly. What? I don't know. Yeah, Daniel, what aren't you growing down there? Anyway, uh, before we get into this Marvel goodness, this is gonna be a long stream, and I'm here for it. I hope you guys are here for a long stream because we still got a lot of shit to talk about. Anyway, as part of the segment segue, as it were. Ooh, chat. Y'all ready? I'll give y'all a couple seconds. You can't grow mangoes. Y'all ready? Lou, Dan, Delta. I meant Delta Dan, Lou. You own 2 acres. Shit. Daniel Fisher. Oh damn, we got all the Dans in here tonight. We got Delta Dan, we got Spicy Dan, and we got Fisher Dan. Here we go, chat. Don't need to keep up. Oh, Den of Dans. It kind of is. Dan's in the basement. Basement of Dan. All right. So let us get into what Alex Prez, one of the top tier insiders slash scoopers out there. Again, none are perfect. Alex had Marvel has suckered Alex on a couple of occasions. It's happened. Um, they got him a lot on Deadpool and Wolverine. That whole Wanda Jean Grey fight thing. What about lettuce? Well, are we talking like the rabbit food lettuce or the euphemistic lettuce that tends to be inhaled more than eaten? Although these days, it's pretty even at that right now. All right, chat. Let's get into this shizzle. There are 3 parts. We begin with part 1, which covers Armor Wars, Doomsday, and Secret Wars. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Yes. Hurry up, get rid of that stupid ass. All right. Armor Wars. Is the cancellation of Armor Wars definitive, or just a strong probability at this point? It's supposed to solve a lot of threats, such as damage control and Ultron. Well, we're getting before we get to Daniel's answer. Not the first time I've seen ninja used in place of other words. I've thought about incorporating that into my phrasing, but I know me. I would mispronounce it once, and it would be all over. All over for me. So I don't. Anyway. But yeah, so what was I saying? Yes, Ultron. We're about to get some Ultron in the Vision Quest show or Vision show or whatever the fuck they're calling it these days. So there's that. I don't know if Alex will bring that up, but I'm bringing it up right now. Many of the ideas for Armor Wars were transferred to other projects. The main one is Vision Quest with Ultron, but there are others, such as Wonder Man, which will also delve into the Department of Damage Control as they investigate Simon Williams. Oh, finally, an intriguing factoid about Wonder Man. The first one that I've ever come across, because right now I don't give 2 shits about that show. I still really don't. But I am a little curious as to why Department of Damage Control is investigating Wonder Man. The one thing I think that won't be repurposed into another show, and which we may sadly miss, is Rhodey's arc from the events of Secret Invasion and how Rhodey coped with many of the events that have happened in the MCU since Rava replaced him. I don't think we're going to miss that because it's all chats are not to be read aloud. Yeah, well, it's less a question of that and more of like me incorporating it into my usual phraseology. I think that's where the fuck up would happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's right there in front of my face, I'm not saying I wouldn't ever fuck up. I'm just saying the odds are extremely lower than if I'm just randomly yapping and try to use it. And Nope. But yeah, so I disagree with Alex. I don't think we're going to sadly miss any of that. I think completely forgetting that Secret Invasion happened is probably the best thing any MCU fan can do. And it's the best thing Marvel Studios can do, too. Honestly. The original idea, as I understand it, was to have been replaced at some point between the events of Avengers Endgame and the Falcon and Winter Soldier. There were talks at one point about setting it as far back as Captain America Civil War, but a massive online backlash against that idea led to the decision to set it later in the timeline. Well, I don't know that they really did based on what we saw in Secret Invasion. There was also... Wow. Okay, fine. Technically, they may have set it later in the timeline, but not much based on what we saw in Secret Invasion. Excuse me. There was also the idea of exploring the legacy of Tony Stark and the ramifications the character had among his closest friends and family. So we would have seen the return of Pepper Potts and Morgan Stark. Doomsday and Secret Wars. Here's what we really give to. Will RDJ's Doctor Doom character still remain the main MCU Doom after Secret Wars, just recast via an in-universe explanation? It's a bit too early to be talking about that. Ask me again after they kick off the new iteration of the MCU in 2027. Well, they will not be kicking off the new iteration of the MCU in 2027 because Secret Wars doesn't happen until December of 2027. The new iteration of the MCU does not kick off till 2028. Let us not forget. And apparently, Alex did. Like I said, not 100% all the time, but he's still damn good. Where is Okoye, and will she be in the Avengers films? That's an excellent question. So, Okoye is currently around the world, I believe, along with Aneka, protecting the interests of Wakanda worldwide as the Midnight Angel. basically doing Black Ops missions as one of the eyes of Wakanda. As for whether or not Okoye will appear in the upcoming Avengers films, I believe Denai Guerrero will return for Avengers Doomsday, since part of the story will involve the tense relations between Wakanda and Talocan. Hmm. Well, we did hear that the other day in that story that um shit. Oh yeah, from that story Josh covered the other day that I couldn't find on for my Wednesday stream, so we had to watch Josh's fucking video. Um, or part of Josh's stream when he talked about it. But yeah, part of it was from that James Macwell dude or whatever his fucking name is. That came from his leaks. Is that Wakanda and Talocan are going to end up being part of Earth's defense force when Doom invades? Would you say that the hero's recent track record of causing major problems, Doctor Strange's actions No Way Home, Multiverse of Madness, Monica Rambeau being trapped, and whatever Reed Richards is doing, well, Reed Richards is not in our universe right now, Sparky, will be a big part of the primary story for Avengers Doomsday? Yes, absolutely. And get ready for this answer because it's a doozy. Ooh, a doozy. One of the main plot points for the entire multiverse saga, which has remained consistent for the Marvel Parliament ever since Loki, is that the MCU and the multiverse in general is currently caught in an endless cycle/loop. Ooh. Let me elaborate. Everything that He Who Remains said during his speech at the end of season 1 of Loki and a bit of it in season 2 is true. No matter what course of action our characters take, the ending will always remain the same. After the multiversal war with the King variants, He Who Remains would win using Alioth, build the TVA, which then leads into the story we all know as the MCU and then loop itself over and over again. This was supposed to be one of the big reveals in Avengers The King Dynasty. That this iteration of the universe we're in, the movies, the TV shows, the special presentations, anything Marvel Studios related is just try number 14,605 or so of He Who Remains attempts to create a universe timeline in which the multiversal war doesn't happen. He can just rule over existence forever. Now that King and his variants are officially out of the picture for the time being, this allows Marvel to continue this plot point in a very different way than originally intended. Initially, we would have seen King's variants causing havoc across time and space, disrupting the multiverse one incursion at a time. However, now, the main reason revolves around the different heroes who have been interfering with the fabric of space and time. In Doomsday, the main incursion we'll see at first revolves around Earth 616 and the universe Monica is set in, Earth 10,005, where the X-Men currently reside in the film. Other incursions will also be addressed, such as the one in No Way Home caused by Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. Now, this loop thing is very interesting. So obviously, if the MCU is currently in a loop, that's something that Doom is going to have to find a way to break in order for him to recreate the multiverse into his version of the universe. Right? Because otherwise, the loop will remain the loop. What'll happen will happen. Doom will end up losing. He Who Remains will win the multiversal war, form the TVA, and boom. Phases 1 through 3 on repeat. Okay, so Rob just texted me. Hi, Rob. So Doom's got to find a way to break that in order for him to accomplish his plans. And how he ends up doing that, fine. I have no idea. Well, obviously, part of it's going to involve Loki. Part of it has to involve Loki because Loki is literally holding the multiverse together. I would imagine part of it has to do with the TVA. We're going to get some TVA in Doomsday. I don't see any way around it because you have to go through the TVA to get to Loki. So, or you can go through the Void, actually. Now that I think about it. There are two ways to Loki. But again, according to that James Maxwell dude, there's going to be a big ass fucking battle in the void. So Doom's got a couple different directions that he can go. But either way, the main point is he has to break the loop. Otherwise, he's SOL. He will not be able to do what he wants to do without breaking the loop first. Any surprises for Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, meaning characters not mentioned at all? Characters that I don't see being mentioned at all in the Avengers films? Says Alex. I'd have to go with the characters from Daredevil Born Again. Other supernatural characters like Werewolf by Night, Elsa Bloodstone, Man-Thing, Moon, etc. Those characters that are really isolated. With the Defenders all set to return next year in Daredevil Born Again Season 2, are they going to potentially appear in Doomsday and or Secret Wars? I don't think they will. I know it's very early, but have you heard of any characters expected to appear in Secret Wars but not Doomsday? Well, that's interesting. Would Doom's idealized versions of the characters we know count? Okay, well, if the idealized versions of the characters we know aren't showing up till Secret Wars, who the fuck are Doom's generals going to be in Doomsday for his invasion of Earth? 616. Did Tom Hiddleston have his own chair? Yes. I think so. I'd have to go back and look. I feel like he did. No, he was not. He was not in the chair announcement. Actually. Doom could have Doombots be his generals, maybe? He could. He very well could. And that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, nope. No Hiddleston in the chairs. Blah, blah, blah. We know a pivotal aspect of the Secret Wars comic is the concept of life rafts that prevent certain characters from falling under Doom's spell on Battleworld. Do you have any insight on if they will adapt this, and if not, how could they put an MCU spin on it? They've explored a couple of ideas, says Alex. Reed building life rafts, the use of the quantum realm to escaping to the void, just a couple of the things being thrown around. Interesting. Life rafts, using the quantum realm to escape. I mean, that would make sense. Quantum realm's outside of time. I'm in a chair, says Spicy Dan. So am I. I just checked. He did not. I can check again. Okay, Downey Jr., Pascal, Pullman, Ramirez, Simu Liu, Letitia Wright, Winston Duke, Grammer, David Harbour, Sebastian Stan, Florence Pugh Pugh, Joseph Quinn, Wyatt Russell, Evan Moss Backrack, Anthony Mackie, Alan Cumming, Channing Tatum, Rebecca Romaine, James Marsden, Vanessa Kirby. Oh no, he was number 7. What the fuck did that other thing say he wasn't for? Yeah, no, he was in it. Okay, yeah, he was. Apparently Hiddleston is yet to film for Doomsday. Now that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so yeah, he was. I don't know what the fuck that other answer was. Anyway, yeah, that life rafts or the quantum realm or the void. Well, I mean, the quantum realm's outside of time. The void is outside of time. And the life rafts, well, they'll end up outside of time once the multiverse actually fucking collapses. So, interesting. Interesting. I wonder, here's the question. Are they going to use more than one of these? And if so, will it be a better way to ask it? Will they be using one, two, or all three of these? Or will they come up with something completely different? I don't know that I would. Personally, I hope they don't come up with something completely different than any of these three, because that would just be a little weird. But, yeah. Anything on what Thor is getting up to in Doomsday? Ooh, that's a really good question. Raising Gor's daughter, whom I believe is the one who will alert Thor of the incoming battle, since she's connected to the cosmic being Eternity, who's threatened by the current situation. Well, that's just fun. And that would. Now, what was that one? There's this one spot that showed her as part of the new Guardian. But I can't remember the content. But that actually kind of makes sense, though. Because we know her and Thor are out doing whatever it is they're doing. And she was brought back to life by Eternity, so she's got a very big connection to Eternity. Now, Eternity in the MCU is the personification of the multiverse. Not just the 616 universe, but the multiverse. So, if if anyone's going to know what the hell's if something fucked up's happening in the multiverse, A, it's going to be Eternity, and B, it's going to be anyone deeply connected to Eternity, which love is. Given that Marvel seems to be adapting elements of Thor's story from Time Runs Out, do you see Thor going solo or forming his own team to track Doom and or Loki down, rather than being part of Sam's Avengers team in Doomsday? Can't answer that, but I think he's meant to be with the Avengers. How big of a role will Bob Sentry have in the upcoming Avengers movie? I don't really know here. Right? Does Doctor Strange have a big role in Doomsday, or is he more of a minor character? He has a big role overall in the saga, although I don't know what's going on for Avengers. Okay. Does anyone speak Spanish? Let's see. I think that's okay. Para la primera. And do you have something or other the possibility of Hela? Okay. Okay, so he's basically asking if Hela's going to be in Doomsday or no sabría contestarte de que hay un interés en traer el personaje para atrás, pero no creo que sea para las películas de Avengers. Tal vez en Thor 5? Okay, so basically, it looks like probably not going to see her till Thor 5, is what he's saying. Oh. La segunda pregunta. Second question. ¿Tienes alguna idea de si Ravonna Renslayer se aliará con Doom? No creo. Ella no cree en las palabras de los hombres en poder. There's of course fucking translation. Do you have any idea for Ravonna Renslayer while on Doom? So first one, I know there's interest in bringing the character back, but I don't think it's for the Avengers movies, maybe Thor 5. Okay, I had that one. Do you have any idea for Ravonna Renslayer will fly with Doom? I don't think so. She doesn't believe the words of men in power. I was close, though. I was close. Do you know if we'll see Peggy Carter or Captain Carter in Doomsday or Secret Wars? Yes. He wasn't specific as to which or both, though. What's up, Delta Dan? Oh, you were gone. What? Well, welcome back, sir. You missed the last shot. So he doesn't say if it's one or both. I can see scenarios in which it's both. And we know Captain Carter, from at least from what we've been told in What If, is running around the multiverse solving problems, allegedly. And the last time we saw Peggy Carter, she and Steve were dancing after he put all the time stones back and said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go be with my lady and get old." So now I can see scenarios for both. And obviously, Captain Carter makes a lot of sense based on what we've seen of her from What If. Now, Peggy Carter. Sorry, my cat wants. Believe it or not, my cat plays fetch, and he wants to play right. So I'm doing a little double duty. I'm streaming and I'm playing fetch with my kitty. Yes, my cat plays fetch. Believe it or don't, it's what's happening. But I can see Peggy Carter, like Captain America Peggy Carter, like the first Avenger era Peggy Carter, being brought in more so in Secret Wars. But I would say probably only Captain Carter, because she makes a hell of a lot more sense than Peggy does. But there are ways they could bring Peggy back where it would be like, oh, okay, cool. But yeah, I would say almost for sure Captain Carter. I would say Peggy Carter maybe, but it would be, they'd have to do it that just right. I'm always down for more Haley Atwell. I mean, yeah, I'd be always down on Haley Atwell. Just, saying. Num, 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 num. Anyway, where do you think we can expect more multiversal cameos, especially those that we as fans need? Secret Wars for sure. Doomsday is fun, but it's mainly the X-Men popping up. Okay. Interesting. So the real cameo fest is going to be Secret Wars, evidently. All right. I have two questions. One, is Nightcrawler going to have a decent amount of screen time in Doomsday? He's my favorite. I heard he has some incredible action sequences, one of which involves the use of his signature swords. Ooh. Now here's a question. Is it going to be 2 or 3 swords? Because, as we know, Nightcrawler has this lovely prehensile tail right here, so he can go sword, sword, sword. Forget dual weapons. He can be tri-weaponed. Do we know if he and the other X-Men have started filming for Doomsday yet? Indeed, they have shot some scenes. Sweet. Primarily, it's just some action sequences with doubles, but they have done a couple of things already. In regards to the rumors that a new actor is being cast for Ghost Rider, do you think it's possible for Nick Cage's Ghost Rider to show up at least in Secret Wars? I think it's possible. Well, of course it's possible. There are multiple characters Marvel was looking into to bring back for the conclusion of the multiverse saga from multiple corners of their media, not just the movie. Oh, yeah. Will Valeria Richards be featured in the Avengers movies? I don't think so. Bummer. It'll only be Franklin this time around. Valeria could be brought in if Doom decides to will her into existence for his version of the world, but I don't know for certain. Do you think we will get glimpses of universes other than the X-Men one in Avengers Doomsday? Yes, we will. Of course. Captain America, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Shang-Chi. How big will the roles of these characters be in Doomsday? Captain America, Sam Wilson. Leading role. Black Panther, Shuri. Supporting. Doctor Strange should be lead, but fate uncertain. Shang-Chi, big supporting character. Okay, that's it for part 1, y'all. Interesting stuff. Nothing like earth shaking or earth shattering or whatever, but some pretty interesting stuff. The loop stuff is cool. Before we move on to part 2, is there anything that stood out to you guys that you want to talk about a little bit more first? Cat? Right. So, how about it, chat? Thoughts, questions, concerns, or shall we move on to part? Oh, there went my camera. God damn it. Oh, you're gonna make me do the whole thing, aren't you, motherfucker? Okay. Bear with me, chat. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. We're good. We're good. Oh, we were good. God dang it. Jesus Christ. All right, there we go. We're back. Son of a bitch. Anyway, all right. Moving on to part 2. All righty, here we go. Fantastic Four. Good deal. Will they still have a way to retain the overall aesthetic used for Fantastic Four for future F4 films? So the 1960s aesthetic they used is most likely to remain a one and done situation. I'm not upset about that. Have you heard anything quality rise from the F4 test screening, and are you confident it will be good? I'm fairly certain it will do well. People are just concerned about it, is all. But why? But I've heard great things about it. Okay, good. All right. After the post-credits scene leak from the Fantastic Four First Steps, and the confirmation that the movie features references to a certain fictional Eastern European country, Latveria, do you still believe that RDJ's Doctor Doom is not from the same universe as the Fantastic Four we see in First Steps? I'm not sure he is from their universe, mainly because we don't get a single inkling of detail that proves that they know who Victor Von Doom is in their universe. That's interesting because they've been going back and forth on this for a hot minute. Is Doom from the universe the Fantastic Four are in? Is he from the universe the Fantastic Four came from? And Alex is here saying that at least to this point, It doesn't even look like they know who Victor Von Doom is. Never heard of him. It doesn't appear that he and Reed have the backstory. It's a bit weird. Honestly, I'm wondering how they're going to end up handling that, because let's face it, like, Reed and Doom's history is like pretty fucking essential to like their interaction. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty fucking essential. So I am very curious to see how they're going to handle that, and I really hope they do a good fucking job of it. Not knowing Victor Von Doom is just odd, and it just doesn't make sense. Now, would it make sense that they would be unaware of his presence in that universe right there, if that's where he's actually at, like, during this movie? That might make a little sense. They might have lost track of him, universe hopping. But not knowing who he is makes zero sense to me. Absolutely zero. Any word on the quality of Fantastic Four? Will Thunderbolt's box office numbers affect their future presence? The film, all in all, is great. I have no doubt it will do well. You know if they're using music from the 60s in Fantastic Four First Steps? Yes. Interesting. Because people have been wondering if this was just like the actual 60s, or just like a futuristic city with a 60s vibe. And if they're using music from the 60s, depending on how they use it. Now, if it's just background music for ambiance, that's one thing. Like, if they're listening to that shit on the radio, that kind of makes it a little something else. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, Hulk questions. How big of a role will She-Hulk have in the Avengers film? And the second question is, will Red Hulk show up in the Avengers? I can't comment on the size of the role of She-Hulk, but if I had to take a guess, secondary minor character. As it should be. As for Red Hulk, to be determined. He really needs to be in there. Can you tell us anything about Hulk's role in Spider-Man 4? I cannot at this time. Anytime people ask that, they should phrase it as, will you, not can you. I'm pretty sure he could, but he won't. Have you heard anything regarding Bruce Banner's potential role in Spider-Man Brand New Day, like if he is indeed in the movie, etc.? The most recent rumor I heard is that we may be looking at a number of established MCU characters popping up in this film, not just Bruce in particular. Well, we got word on one more recently. We'll be getting to that. Normally, it's just 1, 2, or even 3 MCU characters appearing in these films. But I heard we may actually be getting a couple of more showing up this time around. Well, we have Spider-Man, Hulk, and Punisher. There's 3. We know Hulk Banner will be in Doomsday and Secret Wars. Now we just learned he'll be in Brand New Day. So for now, Mark Ruffalo is expected to return as Hulk in the 3 officially announced films out of 4 in Phase 6, excluding Fantastic Four. If so, how do you think Hulk Bruce Banner will play a significant role in the future? And that's a good question. Not really certain about his future role, because it really has just been a supporting role for him for a lot of these movies. I mean, that's true. That's very true. Is Spider-Man 4 coming out before Doomsday now? Yes. I am still logically fairly convinced it's going to get delayed, because I just read the other day that they're not starting filming till August, and it's due out end of next July. And at least in my mind, Sony and Marvel would be stupid as fuck to rush that movie out in 11 months. There's an open spot in November of 26. That to me is just screaming for that movie. They'll give them 3 more months, so that'll give them 14 months to get it done instead of 11. and it would still allow for it to come out before Doomsday, so it wouldn't fuck up the story they're cooking right now. So, I mean, will it still come out next July? It might. I don't think that would be a good idea. I think rushing that out in 11 months is a horrible idea, but it could. Now, it is entirely possible that they could be like, fuck all this shit and give it that open spot in July of 27. You never fucking know, but I doubt it. I mean, they got rid of that November slot. They didn't get rid of the slot, they just got rid of the movie in it. Disney still has that slot. It's still theirs. They can put whatever the fuck they want in there. I'm asking because after F4, what is going to set up Doom before Doomsday? There's no way F4 can set up Doctor Doom properly. How are they going to do this setup? That's what worries me. Okay. Let me check on one thing before I respond to this. I don't want to know the screen time in Infinity War. I want to know before. It's during. I want to know before. In. I want before, you motherfucker. I swear, I asked this motherfucker a plain question and it gives me the answer to a different. Try this. Okay. All right, we're going to do a little math here. Yep, it's an untitled Disney film now. Found a list. I'm going to have to do the fucking math myself. As we recall, Thanos was introduced in first time we saw him was in the last post credit of the Avengers. So Avengers 1, he has less than 15 seconds. We'll say 15 seconds. It was in reality more like 5. I thought we saw a little bit of him in Guardians, but I don't see him listed on the IMDb thing. Interesting. Oh, no, there he is. Thanos. 1 minute. Age of Ultron. That one quick scene, another 15 seconds. Ragnarok? Nope, wasn't in Ragnarok. Searching across the page. Okay. So unless I missed something, Thanos had less than 5 minutes, like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes of screen time before Infinity War. You can match that in one post-credit scene with Doom in it. So yeah, F4 can set up Doom just as well as Thanos got set up, and Thanos was just fine. So we're getting Joe Fixit. I have seen that theory bandied about. I have seen literally nothing to confirm that at all. But yeah. Thanos had dick for screen time before Infinity War, and Infinity War did all the heavy lifting. It's going to be the same thing for Doctor Doom. He's going to get He's going to get a couple minutes in a post credit at the end of Fantastic Four, and then Doomsday. No less than Thanos got, and Thanos was just fine. So will Doom be. All right, we have one more Cosmic Circus Q&A to go over, and then we're going to talk about the big story. But first, I'm going to pee. I'll be right back. And Lou, prepare. We're doing a shot when I get, or Delta Dan, if you're listening, doing a shot when I get done peeing. So grab your bottles, bitches. Hey, the liquor you got brew, good enough, man. Grab your sip. No pose. Time to clink them up. Slotch it. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Whiskey. All right, guys. Last part of the Q&A coming up. All right, part 3. Champions / Avengers Division Series and more. We might be going through this one pretty fucking quick. That's just based on my own personal preferences. What I give a crap about. Star-Lord and the Annihilators. Okay. You had mentioned before hearing about Star-Lord assembling the Annihilators. Now, Daniel Rickman has reported that Marvel seems to be moving forward with an Annihilators movie. Have any more insight on this / Star-Lord's future as a whole? Unfortunately, no. Well, that was quick. Yeah, I mean, kind of, yes, Spicy Dan, kind of. Vision. This show is actually going to be intriguing, I think. What can you tell us about the direction of the Vision show that we haven't already heard? That Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fans will celebrate it should be an, albeit small, win. I love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is canon. Suck a dick, Josh. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. rock. Shut up. Shut up when you're talking to me. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Love that show. It's probably going to be Coulson, though. Like, it's either going to be Coulson. Second most significant character on that show is Quake. Now, I would be totally fine with that because I can't remember her actual name, but she's Chloe Bennett. Yes, Chloe Bennett. I'd be fine with Coulson or Daisy. Coulson or Quake. Clark Gregg or Chloe Bennett. But it's probably going to be Coulson. That would be my guess. It'll be cool. What role do you think Jocasta will be playing in the series Vision Quest, whether she's an ally Vision or more of an antagonistic character? Antagonist. Well, yeah. Jocasta was created by Ultron. I don't really think Vision and Ultron are going to be getting along. Ultron doesn't get along with much anybody, except Jocasta, but that's just because he made her. I'm pretty excited for Wonder Man. Think it seems neat. I need what that person's smoking, because I don't feel that way. That's all I'm saying. Any crumbs for his role moving forward? Maybe we will see the West Coast Avengers? You're thinking in the right direction. Okay. Have to do some West Coast Avengers research. Ooh, X-Men. Yay. What is your... I don't care about his roster. I want actual news, you motherfuckers. Okay. YA/Champions. It's been reported by Nexus Point News. By the way, Nexus Point News. If you follow the Scooper / Insiderverse on the Twitters, there's a dude on there called APOC Horseman. He pretty much is Nexus Point News. So if you see Nexus Point News, it comes from him. If you see something coming from him, it's coming from Nexus Point News. It's been reported, again by Nexus Point News a while ago, that the Champion series has a writer, showrunner, and executive producer, that being Rachna Fruchbaum. See, it's easy to take a shot at pronunciation. Ja. You just got practice. And by the way, verses, 2 syllables. Verses. Spell it out. Versus. Verses. Not verse. A verse is in a song or a poem. It's verses. Okay, I'm done with that. The pedantic side of me gets triggered by that. WandaVision nailed the AOS canon talk in the coffin. How so? Okay, that being Ragnarok. With that being the case, do you think the series may have yet officially announced by trades, as Marvel won't be at Hall H for SDCC this year, lame, soon, or is it still too soon? Nexus Point News is a great new outlet, and I think their report should be verified either this year or the next one. The show itself is still in the early stages, so we'll have to wait and see how it develops. Question 2. You've mentioned before that America Chavez will likely be involved with Champions, likely in Doomsday and or Secret Wars. Well, America Chavez has to be involved in Doomsday and Secret Wars because she is still currently the only character that can traverse the multiverse without aid of any kind. Everyone else needs technology or magic or some sort of combination of both. She just doesn't. So yeah, if you're doing multiverse, the Darkhold of it all, still not sure what you mean. You might have to put in an extended chat or two there, sir. Like, real talk, I haven't watched WandaVision in years, so I'm not quite sure how the Darkhold nails AOS not being canon. Like, I really want to know, though. Like, real talk. I want to know. I don't remember. Yeah, America Chavez. I'm wondering what her involvement would include in both the Avengers movies and in the post-Secret Wars saga and project. Wow, what a detailed answer. There are star-shaped holes in the space-time continuum. Translated, she's going to be around for a minute. In another Cosmic Circus Q&A, it was stated Marvel has plans for Hulkling post-Secret Wars. Do you know Marvel's plans to introduce Teddy? Could it have to do with multiverse stuff and Secret Wars? I don't think it will be for Secret Wars. They want to save Teddy as one of the pillars of the upcoming cosmic saga they got going on. Okay. Well, in case anyone is wondering, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, I forgot I didn't switch back to this screen. Well, there's what I just read. Anyway, if I recall correctly, Hulkling is a Kree Skrull hybrid. Let me check. All right, I got distracted by a story where people in Congress don't know what the fuck the Constitution says. Anyway, moving on. What was I? Right. Okay, yeah. He is a Scree Krull hybrid. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. Hulkling is a Scree Kree Skrull hybrid. So yeah, him being a pillar of the upcoming cosmic saga makes a lot of sense since his parentage is all cosmic. And he's Wiccan's love interest. Yes, he is. As a matter of fact, despite what certain groups like to think about these kinds of things, fucking what's his name? Billy and Teddy, Wiccan and Hulkling, are actually a really popular couple in Marvel. Despite being a queer couple, they are extremely popular. So, yeah. Miscellaneous questions. Any chance we'll see Jeff the Land Show? Oh, fuck. After the multiverse saga, will there be an Avengers movie that focuses on the Avengers, no other team present? I'm not so sure. I'm going to say no. You might get the X-Men by themselves. Although at this point in time, with all the toys in the same sandbox, I don't. We'll get different groups in the titles of movies, but I don't know that we're going to get groups by themselves in these movies. We may get an X-Men titled movie, for example. Like here's an example. There's fans of the Eternals that want to know when they're going to come back. Well, their big question: will they get another one of their own movies? No. Will the Eternals be back? It's been repeatedly reported. Yes. Here's how they do it. They do it in a movie titled X-Men Judgment Day, which is when you get Celestials coming back to Earth, having the Eternals go after the mutants because the mutants are technically, or at least in this story, descendants of the Deviants, who the Eternals were created in the first place to wipe out. And of course, you got the Celestials coming back to judge Earth based on the events of the Eternals. So you have Celestials, you have Eternals attacking the mutants because mutants are descendants of Deviants, and then you have the Avengers going, what the fuck is going on? We need to kick everyone's ass. So, just as an example, I think we're going to get movies like that. That would be titled an X-Men movie, X-Men Judgment Day, because the mutants would be central, being attacked by the Eternals and stuff. But they will not be the only team in it. I feel like all the movies are going to be something like that. Like they could do an Avengers whatever movie where the Avengers will be the primary team, but we're still going to get mutants and maybe some cosmic shit. Cosmic, like, say they form a cosmic team or do like a Nova movie, right? You could very well get the X-Men in that because the X-Men get fairly cosmic. See the Shi'ar. So yeah, I'm inclined to go with Alex on this and that. But I think that holds true for all the main groups. Avengers, mutants, Fantastic Four, cosmic groups. There's not going to be a solo group movie problem. There might be, maybe. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying if there are going to be group movies, the ones where it's just the one group are going to be few and far between. Would it be smart for Marvel Studios to try lower budget projects on Disney Plus Premium and slowly transition from the big budget projects in the future? Not really. Damn right. What does the future hold for Death? She'll be back. Well, it's Death. So I know. Recently, we had the Thunderbolts, which was named and served as the new Avengers, being what I consider our first smaller scale Avengers film since the original Age of Ultron, having about 6 to 9 person roster. Okay. Have you heard anything about us getting anything similar in the future? Whether that be Armor Wars turning into West Coast Avengers, a 90s theme Avengers team, another Thunderbolts or Dark Avengers film, or something completely different. Excuse me. Champions is probably the closest thing to that, but that would be safe for Disney Plus. Yeah, good, because the Champions are not worthy of their own movie. Stories didn't know Thanos except for his video games worked out fine. Fucking A, they did. Or it did. All right. We know Marvel has teased several characters coming in the MCU through post-credit scenes such as Clea, Hercules, Star Fox, Black Knight, Blade, Speed, Scar, T'Challa 2, Venom, and Phyla-Vell. What percent chance would you give each of these characters to appear in the next saga, what I assume is a mutant saga? Which three are you most excited for in the potential feature in the MCU? I actually kind of like that question. They'll all have a chance to show up. Marvel never really says never to having a character pop up but out of all of them, the ones more likely to pop up in the near future, less than 5 years, are Speed. Well, yeah, that's fucking Tommy. Blade, T'Challa 2, that's Toussaint. T'Challa 2nd, Scar, and Hercules. And I'm excited to see all of them for many reasons. Yeah, I'm fine without her. What do you think of the magic side of the MCU will look like in the next saga, since it seems to be more cosmic and mutant focused? Ooh, very dark, very demonic, and something out of a Guillermo del Toro fever dream. I like it. I see you, Delta Dan. All right. Marvel Studios won't have a Hall H panel at this year's SDCC. That has already been confirmed. And it still sucks. But is it possible that Marvel Television and Marvel Animation have panels at SDCC to showcase Marvel's upcoming TV shows and reveal some stuff about them? That'd be kind of nice. Animation is possible. TV, I don't think so. Here's the thing with that, though. While they are not going to Hall H, and that is a big motherfucking bummer as far as this guy is concerned, there is still D23. So they do still have the ability to generate a certain level of hype at D23, which I believe is in August. Okay, yep. August 29th to 31st in Orlando. Okay, so yep, D23 is the end of August. So about a month, little over a month after when they would have been at Hall H, we get, I just literally looked at 2025. Yeah. This event will take place August 29th, 31st, 2025. Unless that's Destiny. Yeah. Or am I reading the wrong wrong thing? Well, it's Destination D23. Good Lord. Yeah. Now, Star Wars Celebration is every other year. Pretty sure D23 is every year. And it's generally, yeah, end of August. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what the fuck? Well, then what the shit is this year then? Something's happening at the end of August. This year. Okay. Destination D23. That's what. Okay, so it's a Destination D20. Journey around the world at Disney is the theme for this year's Destination D23. What the fuck is going to be a Destination D20? All right. Okay, here we go. What? Well, motherfucker. All right. Well, that really fucking. That kind of doubles how fucked up them not going to whatchamahooter is Hall H. I thought they at least had a backup, but I was wrong. I was very, very wrong. That really sucks. I thought we'd be getting some kind of hints of something this year, but nothing. There's got to be some other convention by the end of the year. One last question. Which corners of the MCU, Supernatural, Cosmic, Street Level, Global / Avengers, Mutant, Physical, Magical, etc., will be the primary focus for the next saga after Secret Wars? Cosmic is the biggest one right now, then Mutant, followed by the Supernatural. Cosmic's the biggest one? All right, guys. You ready for the big one? You ready for the exciting one? So, a couple days ago, and this was confirmed in the trades. Oh, there's some ignorant motherfuckers in these comments. All right. Anyway, we got some, at least what I consider to be super, super exciting news. And that is, according to the Hollywood Reporter, Jon Bernthal will return as the Punisher in Spider-Man Brand New Day. My God, motherfuckers. The Punisher is coming to the big screen again. And it's, at least My favorite version, I love John. Well, I love John Bernthal as an actor. Period. I've enjoyed everything I've seen. Well, I've enjoyed him in everything I've seen him in. How much I've enjoyed what he was in has, varied. But yeah, Frank Castle coming back to the big screen in Spider-Man: Brand New Day. Now, this is yet to be confirmed, but this lines up again with what Roka's source, the information Roka's source gave him back in January. And I will go onto Roka's page and I'll bring up the fucking clip. But his source told him back in January that, at least at the time, and it looks like that idea held, that there was one of the plans for the Spider-Man brand new Spider-Man 4 was Spider-Man and Punisher battling the Hulk. As you'll recall, it came out, again, not officially confirmed, but essentially, we know Hulk's going to be in Spider-Man 4. I remember, that was a big deal at the time, and those that remembered and were paying attention gave Roka his due credit. And Punisher was part of that same report, and lo and behold, Punisher is officially confirmed by the trade. Which just lends more credence to Hulk being in that motherfucker. Number one. Number two, fucking good on your source, Roka. Shit. I don't know who they are, but you need to stay in fucking contact with them. That's for damn sure. Not that you'll ever see this, but you need to stay in contact with that motherfucking source, bro. So there's a few things about this. Number one, fucking A, Punisher on the big screen again. Whoop, whoop. Now, number two, after this news came out, I've seen people here and there celebrating that in their minds this virtually guarantees a street level Spider-Man movie, and they were shitting all over all the scoopers who said it was going to be this big old multiversal thing. Double goddamn. What's up, Travis? I gotta say, chat, I love having a mini fridge right here. Fucking awesome. Excuse me. So, a lot of people are like, yay, it's going to be a street level movie. Fuck the multiverse, blah, blah, blah. Fuck the scoopers who said it was going to be multiversal. Okay, cool. Obviously, yes, it's going to be a pretty street level. However, oh, that's really showing up. Here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. All that means is this movie is going to be mostly street level. As of right now, and even if I'm right and it gets delayed, it's only going to get delayed 3 months till November, which means either way, this is the last movie before Doomsday. I don't care how street level this movie is through most of it, it's going to have to be at least a little multiversal at the end in order to help set up a bit more for Doomsday. I will be super surprised if nothing multiversal happens in that movie. Now, if you want to be pedantic and say nothing multiversal, if multiverse happens in the post credits, then it was not in the movie. The movie itself was street level, and technically that would be true. It'd be splitting the finest of hairs, but it would technically be true because post credits are not in the movie. But By the time the screen goes completely dark, you're getting some multiverse in this motherfucker. Some way, some form. Just the way it is. It's the last movie before Doomsday. I mean, I don't know what more there is to say. It's the last movie before Doomsday. There's going to be some Doomsday set up in it at some point. When and how much? Unknown. Yeah, it's entirely possible. It could be just the post-credit will be multiverse. Entirely possible. Black Panther came before Infinity War and didn't set up anything for Thanos and the Infinity Stones. True. True. True, true, true. However, at least in terms of global popularity, Black Panther isn't as big as Spider-Man. Like, literally all eyes are going to be on Spider-Man. The biggest comic book character in the entire world. So while you can get away with, avoiding certain things in a Black Panther movie, you got a little less leeway when it comes to Spider-Man. He's just too fucking big. You know what I mean? Am I making sense? Does that make sense? So, but again, it could be just post-credit. Wouldn't surprise. It wouldn't be at this point. It wouldn't be too big of a surprise if it was just post-credit. But sometime between when the first credit rolls and the last credit rolls, or the screen goes black. From when the screen lights up to when it goes black, there's going to be something multiversal fucking happens. How much and when? At this point, could be very little, and not till after the main part of the movie. But something's going to happen. Now, that aside, there's one other consideration when it comes to Punisher being in Spider-Man. And Executive Judge hinted at this. Earlier, talking about how the Punisher is going to work with Spider-Man's, how'd you put it, kid-friendly nature. That's the question, isn't it? Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's less about Spider-Man's kid-friendly nature, because if you think back to all the Spider-Man movies we've seen, going all the way back to the Maguire, they're not that kid-friendly. Think about it. There's a reasonable chunk of Spider-Man getting fucked up in all these movies one way or another. Right? I mean, it's not cartoony. or it's not cartoon violence in any of these movies. Like, people get bloody, people get broken, people get fucked up. But here's the thing. Everything the Punisher's been in so far on the big screen, actually I'm not 100% sure about that. But at least since Netflix, Punisher has been either TVMA. Punisher's been TVMA. Period. Which TVMA in the theater would be R. Spider-Man, under no circumstances, is going to be rated anything stronger than PG-13. So, whether we like it or not, they are going to have to tone down Frank to some kind of extent in order to maintain the PG-13 rating that they deem that they need for the Spider-Man character. They could get away with it with Deadpool, an R rating. They could get away with it whenever they get Blade out. They can get away with an R-rated Blade, for sure. An R-rated Spider-Man, never fucking happening. Ever. Which means we're not going to get some of the Punisher dope-ass violence that we love to fucking see. It just can't happen. So prepare yourselves for that. Frank's going to have to be nerfed. Well, nerfed is the wrong word. The extent of the damage Frank causes is going to be shrunk. Like where we would see, I don't know, like compound fractures, bones poking out, throats being ripped out, or, spurting arteries and shit like that. Probably not going to be getting. We might be able to get. They might be able to push and get a little bit of it, but no matter what, we are not going to get full on Punisher. Now, is that necessarily a bad thing? No, because when done right, you can get away with a fair chunk of shit in PG-13. Let's be real. It just won't be like. Basically, we're not going to get, like, for lack of a better phrase, the worst of the worst when it comes to the Punisher's violence. But we do have to brace ourselves for, what's a good word to use? I guess a toning down of his violence levels. They're not going to be nerfing Frank. Like, he's not going to be weaker. He's not going to be less capable. I mean, that's what nerfing really is. We're just not going to be able to see as much damage as some of us, not executive judge evidently, but as some of us would like to see. We're not going to see what we saw in Daredevil Born Again. We're not going to see what we saw on Netflix. Okay. So we got the 2004 Punisher with the Thomas Jane. What was that? No. No, not that kind of rating. God damn it, Google. These AIs are not as smart as we think, at least some of them. Okay, Thomas Jane Punisher was R. What was the Ray Stevenson Punisher movie called? Punisher what? Punisher Warzone. Also R. Okay. So, yeah, this will be the first Punisher project, at least that I can think of, that would not have. Couple of Doom had lots of messed up stuff in the PG rating, 13 rating. The 80s were different, bro. The 80s were way different. So, I mean, they can get away. I'm not saying they can't get away with a fair chunk of shit. I'm just saying don't expect, like, the most extreme levels of stuff. But yeah, every Punisher project previous to the Spider-Man one, R-rated or TVMA. So now, trust me, I have a very strong feeling that they will push the envelope as far as they possibly can, and probably end up having to come back and edit some shit out. they'll send it to their MPAA, and they'll be like, no, and then they'll have to cut some shit. But can't wait for Bernthal to be in MCU movies. Well, you don't have to wait long, like a year. If the current release date holds, you have to wait about 14 and a half months. 13 and a half months, sorry. You'll have to wait about 13 and a half months, and then you'll be good to go. So, but yeah, I mean, but just in general, fucking Frank Castle back on the big screen. I mean, that's fucking nerd bonerific just in general. Now, him and Spider-Man in a team up, let's go. Fighting Hulk, let's go. Now, this situation begs one more question. Just one. Will we also get the Man Without Fear in this fucking movie? Or will we even get Wilson Fisk? Now, here's the thing about Fisk. If Vincent D'Onofrio is to be believed, with all the weird rights when it comes to Fisk being a Spider-Man character, it would appear if Vincent D'Onofrio is to be believed, Marvel Studios can only use him on TV. At least right now, according to Vincent D'Onofrio. So if that holds true, we will not be getting Kingpin in Spider-Man Brand New Day, which is really unfortunate. But that does not preclude Daredevil. Now, I don't know how good the chances are of seeing Mr. Murdock in Spider-Man Brand New Day. But with Punisher confirmed to be in it, I would say the chances just went up. To what? I don't know. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. Obviously, super dope it would be if we got Daredevil up in this motherfucker too. B, even despite the performance of the show, Daredevil Born Again, Daredevil teaming up with Punisher, teaming up with Spider-Man, that would go over really well. Even though the show didn't go over very well, Daredevil, Spidey, and Punisher teaming up together would go over really, really well. Daredevil being in that movie could only help, even with the way Born Again was received overall. That doesn't matter. Daredevil being in Spider-Man 4, people would fucking love it. I mean, people have been wanting Daredevil and Spider-Man to team up in live action forever. It could only be a good thing if it happens in this movie. And again, I would say the chances of that increased. How much? Who knows? Could be just that much. I mean, hell, there could already have only been this much of a chance, which means there's now maybe this much of a chance. But either way, that's still more of a chance. So here's hoping that Punisher doth lead to Daredevil also in the Spider-Man movie. And let's face it, if you're taking on the Hulk, you're going to need all the motherfucking help you can get. You know what I'm saying? You need all the help you can get. It's going to be nuts. Either way, it's going to be nuts. So, now, how this is all going to come together, who the fuck knows? Because obviously, right now, as of this point in time in the MCU, we're still looking at a Professor Hulk situation as of She-Hulk. Excuse me. Now, it's entirely possible that Banner could end up being just Banner for a while in that too. You know, he might not be Professor Hulk the whole time. That would actually save the money if they got him back to being normal looking Bruce Banner like he was at the beginning of She-Hulk. So I would imagine we're going to get plain ass Mark Ruffalo in there for a while. Question is, now if they're going to be fighting Hulk, which is still technically the rumor, obviously that means Ruffalo is going to have to go Savage somehow. Question is how. A lot of that's going to depend on when we find out exactly who the fucking villain is in this movie, because we don't know. I mean, they're going to be fighting Savage Hulk, yes, but he's not going to be the main villain. He may end up being like the biggest fight, literally, but he's not going to be the main antagonist. I have a feeling the main antagonist, whomever they are, he, she, they, I have a feeling the main antagonist is going to play a large part into how a Savage Hulk comes back. That's just my own opinion. That's just what makes sense to me. But that's kind of how I see it. Damn. I'll be right back. I had a kitty at my feet. I didn't realize I just kind of kicked him just a little bit. And here's something else to be considered about this movie that I think, uh, while obviously the big battle or one of the big battles is going to be Spidey and Punisher teaming up to try and deal with a Savage Hulk on the rampage in New York. Um, I have a strong feeling that those two are not going to start off as friends because, let's face it, Frank's moral code and Spidey's moral code do not mix. I have a feeling those two are going to end up fighting each other well before they team up to fight Hulk. Like, I can totally see Frank out punishing motherfuckers and Spidey being like, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" And those two fighting. And that's going to be that in and of itself ought to be a hell of a fight. Fucking Frank and Spidey going at it. Shit. Yeah, I think those two are going to be at odds before they team up. I have a feeling they're going to be teaming up more by necessity than anything else. Because we know Peter's not going to be down with Frank just killing everybody. Gonna be Frank and Matt all over again. Yeah, pretty much. The dynamic's going to be pretty damn similar. I just hope he finds something else to call Spider-Man. You can't call him Red, even though Spider-Man costume has got a fair chunk of red in it. It's not all red. Wonder what he's gonna. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. What are they gonna have Frank call Spider-Man as a nickname? Wonder if it'll be something like Bug Boy. My kitty found his toy. Frank. Ugh, now I gotta deal with two red Kid Candy heroes. I mean, kinda. Kinda. Yeah. Oh, guys. Chat. Okay. If you've been around, then you know, based on set photos from Daredevil season 2, uh, Matt's going to be in the black suit with the red double D's on the chest. Frank will just in the beginning resort to giving Spider-Man harsh and unpleasant lectures. I have a feeling it's probably going to be accompanied by at least an attempt to slap him around just a bit. Those two are going to come to fisticuffs. Like, there's just no way they're not. Like, there's just no way they're not. They're going to fight. They won't really be trying to kill each. Well, Spider-Man never tries to be killing anybody. I don't think Frank's going to seriously try and kill Spider-Man. It'll be Frank's attitude will be more like, just get the fuck off me. Get. I'm doing what I got to do. You don't got to kill people. The fuck I don't. Yeah. But where was I? Oh yes, we know that Daredevil's going to have the black suit with the red double D on the chest in season 2. What if? Actually, when does Daredevil season 2 come out before Brand New Day? Oh, yep. Nope. It comes out first. Okay. Yeah, we get Born Again season 2 in March of next year. So, if we get Daredevil in Spider-Man 4, depending on how season 2 ends, Frank might not even be able to call Daredevil Red because he might be in the black suit in Spider-Man 4 if he's in Spider-Man 4, and depending on how season 2 ends, if he stays in that suit. But how cool would that be? Black suit Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Punisher. Ooh, kind of makes me want to touch it just a little. Not a lot, but a little. Here, you can see both my hands. I'm not doing it right now. Cat's playing fetch again. So, but yeah, the possibilities are interesting, intriguing, and frankly awesome. And again, it's going to be a PG-13 movie, so they're going to have to tone it back some. Violence, have to tone it back some. How much? That'll depend on the MPAA, honestly. But either way, we're in for a fucking treat, y'all. And I am goddamn stoked to have the Punisher back on the motherfucking big screen. Holy shit. Like, when I first read that, I was like, ooh, baby. I got it. Not gonna lie, I got excited. So, I'm anticipating very good things. Again, we have seen as Executive Judge brought up, it is going to be a very similar dynamic um, between Frank and Spidey as it was between Frank and Matt. It's going to be a pretty similar dynamic. There should be differences given where Spider-Man's at in his life and what he's been through and what Matt had been through. But yeah, on the whole, it's probably going to be fairly similar, I would imagine. But no matter what, it's going to be dope. Gonna be dope. And I am fucking stoked for it. Goddamn cat. I love him, but holy shit. Alrighty, guys. That's all I got. And we've been at this shit 4 fucking hours. So first of all, thank you if you've been here the whole time. You fucking rule. If you've been here a long time, you fucking rule. If you just got here, guess what? You fucking rule. So thank y'all for hanging out this fucking long. I would love your final thoughts on anything we've talked about tonight. Whatever. The floor is yours, chat. But we are going to be getting out of here pretty fucking soon. But I knew this was going to be a long motherfucking stream going in because we had a shit ton to talk about. I ain't mad. I ain't upset. I'm happy we had that much to fucking talk about. I love hanging out with you guys for a long time. Me stream long time. Me stream you long time. But also have been doing this 4 hours, so. What a fucking dingleberry cat. Anyway. Brooke says, honestly, I do hope they do the Black Suit Daredevil arc in Born Again Season 2. That could more than make up for Born Again Season 1 if they execute it well. I don't know if they're going to go into all of that where, like, he's, like, possessed and shit. But, I mean, it'd be fucking dope. It would be dope. I wouldn't be upset if they brought the hand back. I wouldn't be upset at all. Not even a little. All right, chat. Any further thoughts? Any further thoughts? Comments, questions, theories, worries? They should for sure bring the hand back. I'm down. They need to bring Elektra back too. I'd be fine with that same actress from the Netflix show. She did pretty good. Yep, Brooke, I've actually been going to bed like earlier than my average for like the last week or so. But I've been doing a lot of DoorDashing lately too, so I can pay for my fucking car. You know, even if it's not like it still works. I've been working on it. So, all right, y'all. We're gonna call it. Time to go. Been at this over 4 hours. Oh, thank you, Brooke. Join the Discord, y'all. It's it's not super huge, but fun stuff happens in there occasionally. And the more people that are in there, the greater the chances of fun happening. Just because that's more people that are in there that could post fun stuff or talk about or whatever. So join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. Brooke dropped the Discord link in the chat. Links to that and my Twitter are in the description of this video and the channel description. So hit the buttons, hit the like. If you have not done so, hit the subscribe and hit the notification bell. Ooh, yay, Star Wars fanfic is always cool. Better than the real shit right now. Anyway. So again, thank you all for being here. Especially if you've been here a long time. And if you've watched this whole motherfucking replay, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Hit all the buttons. Almost forgot, guys. I know it's kind of late to be talking about this. I really should have talked about this like 2 hours ago. But Ironheart does premiere Tuesday. And the run times of the episodes are like 40-ish minutes. So we're looking, and they're dropping 3 episodes at a time. This coming Tuesday, and then the following week on what will that be? July 2nd? 1st? Something like that. Yeah, the 1st. So, y'all want to watch some Ironheart? It'd be about an hour and a half of actual watch time. And then, talking time and shit. Y'all, what time does that drop? Is that official? Have they said what time? Are they doing it at 3 a.m.? Yes, I'm aware. Okay. Yep, 9 p.m. Eastern is when it drops. So, you're catching up? Oh, thank you, C-Dub. Okay, so yeah. So, watch party for the premiere Ironheart. Premiere of Ironheart Tuesday night, 9 o'clock. What do y'all think? You want to do this shit? We're going to do this shit. We're going to give that show a shot. Now, whether we watch the last half of it the following week, we'll see. But I am fair. I will give it a shot. I don't feel... Just finish putting your 3-year-old back in bed. Ooh. Toddlers are a hoot. Oh My grandson's a hoot. I love him to death, but sometimes he gets really toddler, as toddlers tend to do. Just kind of how they roll. No bagging on them, just how they roll. Alien Earth is, yes, I believe August, but yeah. Oh, we're definitely doing watch parties for Alien Earth. That's a hundy. Definitely doing watch parties for Alien Earth. I can guarantee you that shit. But, so yeah, come on by. Check out Ironheart on Tuesday night at 9, and then we'll be back again on Wednesday for the normal Wednesday stream, and next Saturday, all 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, y'all. So come on back to the basement next week. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. And again, my God damn it. I love my cat. Shit. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you for spending any amount of time with me, especially if you were here for a long time. I know how precious time is. I learn how precious it is more and more each day as I get older. Trust me, time's precious. So, I am always super grateful for you guys choosing to spend any time here, much less a shit ton of time like we've been here tonight. So, thank you. Thank you. You're awesome. You're the best. You're the dopest. I can't think of any more adjectives right now, but I love y'all. And please come on back next week, next Tuesday, next Wednesday, and next Saturday. I would greatly appreciate it. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. And we will see you Tuesday night at 9 while we give Ironheart its fair shot. All right. Much love, y'all. Peace. God damn it, button. Really, I've done this before, I swear. Yeah, we're doing the quicker outro tonight, y'all, because it's late. Punisher all black Iron Man suit with the oh my god. I'd fluids might happen if that actually happened in the movie. That's all I was gonna say. Fluids. There will be fluids. I'm sure you're all smart enough to put that together. Anyway, much love, y'all. Thanks for hanging out through this fairly extensive stream. I really appreciate you guys. You're the bomb. Come back next week. Tuesday night 9, Wednesday night 9, next Saturday 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a good rest of your week. Hope to see you Tuesday. Love y'all. Bye-bye.